Well, hello. Happy Saturday, my friends. Hope you guys are all doing good. Airdropping myself a video. How's your day been? Everybody have a good day? Anybody do anything fun today? Give me 1 second. I am working on something really quick. Okay. I got multiple things going on the computer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bree, that's getting worse and worse. More is going to come out as it goes. Hey, Mercedes Carl. Hey, Beth. Hey, Dreama. Thank you. Music City Mom. Crime Chronicles. Clemson Girl. S. Francisco. Fuzzy Puff. Hey, Sherry. Casual Art. Kay. Simplify. Coco. Amy. Lindsay Lee. Kat. Bree. Gypsy. Aisha. Yeah, there's a lot with JLR. His history is extensive on top of that. We'll talk about that for just a moment. Hey, Kay. Hey, Revival. Steph. Not that Steph. Hey, Marcy. Amy. Lynn Love and Light. So we are on all platforms per usual. So pick your poison. We're on Kick, YouTube, and Facebook. Just trying to get it to everywhere. Because I have been sitting on this live stream, and I wasn't sure I was going to do it because it's not super serious. It's not super important to the overall discussion that we've been having the last couple of weeks, but I figured this is the perfect after dark stream. So if you know what that means, a little bit more blunt than normal, and I partake in the green. So just bear with it. I giggle at shit that doesn't even matter. It is what it is. Hey, YSL, Cajun Kool-Aid, Skip, the Royal We. Oh, you took the boat out? Elizabeth, that's awesome. Hey, Deep, Dark, and Disturbing. Hey, Lauren. Yeah, well, Amy, this is interesting. This one's interesting. There's a couple interesting ones. So we're going to be talking about the LawCow's. This is LawCow Night Court Edition. How many of you guys remember Night Court? Anybody remember Night Court? I did simplify. Yeah. I will touch on the JLR stuff in its own stream. Some people are really freaking out about people mentioning Magnolia's past. Well, that needs to be understood that that is going to be what a lot of people used, in my opinion, even JLR, to try and discredit her. Does that mean that this is not true? No, absolutely not. But even the New York Post mentioned those things. So I think allegedly Speculating did a great video. She laid out, so you have all of it. So down the road, people aren't like, what the hell? I didn't know anything about this. Because I think as this situation grows, and it will, people have all the details. That doesn't mean that this situation, current time, with ALR is not true. It just means that here it is. Here's the information. Just so you know that if this is brought up, and it has been by huge news organizations already, this is what it is, and this is what it isn't. So you can make your opinion. There's court stuff coming up, but there's never going to be a situation that is easy in that space. And it's just one of those situations where here's the information, but it has nothing to do with the current time. It's going to be used, and his people are already throwing it everywhere. So it just needs to be, okay, here's that, moving on. Now this is what it is. I cannot stand JLR. That's where I stand on this, period. I'm not shocked, unfortunately. I think he's a creep. It takes a special type of demented person to do what he did with the Sandy Hook. And there is nothing that, for me, I have said recently, I was glad to see that he wasn't exploiting children victims anymore. just in the last few days, but his ways nothing's changed about JLR. JLR is the grimy of the grimy. And Betty's reaction is fucking disgusting to this whole situation. But you see, here's Betty again. So just be very aware that it's going to become a very chaotic fucking situation. A little bit more blunt with a lot more blunts. That's exactly right, Bree. Thank you for the support. All right, you guys ready to roll? I'm going to be interested to see how many of you guys have seen this video when we get going. We're going to open with Julie. All right, so we're going to do a little walk down memory lane. This is from October 30th. So if you've been paying attention, Julie has stated that she was in a car accident and they were dealing with that. She's done videos on it. That's not my care or concern. Don't really care. But this video is very interesting in particular, if you ask me. But there's only a couple seconds that I really want to play, this being one of them.
I wore my bun for court because I was like, I'm going to be serious here at court. I didn't wear this. I changed. But I was like, oh, I'm coming in correct with a bun. Like, you ain't going to mess with me. No cop there. Prosecutor, nope. Never, like, it never happened. Never happened. That's the OG way.
He's talking about a fucking traffic ticket, by the way. But because she's a gangster, she runs shit.
That's the Jersey way. That's the Sopranos way. That's how we do it. That's how we roll in Jersey. Jersey girl. And Scorpio. By the way, my birthday is November 6th.
Oh, well, isn't that ironic? Well, this is even better. Let's listen.
I promote this one video I did called, I did a live stream about it, but it's like 9 minutes long, where I took just the part of me playing, oh, thank you, playa, Earth Angel, thank you.
Listening ears on for a moment, please.
Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player, if you're a player like me. But I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something. Brittany, let this be a warning to you. You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina, because don't come to this turf in Jersey, because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh. Not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
Really? Is that so? What did you say there? Let's listen one more time. October 30th. Just an FYI. This was about 2 weeks, 17 days after the ROs on Clue and Cletus were tossed out of the court. And people were really upset with what had been done to them by BJ. Rightfully so. But tell me again, the wheels of revenge weren't turning?
Oh, thank you, playa. Earth Angel, thank you. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player, if you're a player like me. But I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something. Brittany, let this be a warning to you. You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina, because don't come to this turf in Jersey, because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh, not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
Lies and corruption and name dropping like a motherfucker. Isn't that ironic, don't you think? Cajun Kool-Aid, I agree with you. Isn't it fucking ironic? I didn't know you could be an OG gangsta lying bitch. I mean, hell. What do I know, though? And then something made its way to my inbox. I've heard you guys mention this channel before, but my dumbass didn't even know what the fuck it was. They've got a lot of shit on there I don't really necessarily agree with, but this was ironic. They caught Court Day Skull Snitch Dirty Deletes TikTok. So the 19th, 2 days ago, Thursday, the 19th, she posted this on her TikTok. This is courtesy of a channel by the name of Rolling Nomad. Somebody else had mentioned this channel previously to me, but I didn't follow it. Here's the link just for transparency purposes. But this is really interesting. So she posted this on her TikTok, deleted it. It didn't happen to make its way to YouTube, though, which is really interesting.
To the courthouse for a final restraining order hearing. You heard me right. It is against a man from YouTube who has been making threats of violence against me. I haven't talked about it on TikTok because it's been a really difficult situation, and also I couldn't really talk about the court case. Today is the final restraining order hearing. There was already a temporary protection order granted, and there was another case that was put off by the defendant, and there were several threats of violence prior to.
Several threats of violence. So let's just set the record straight real quick. Yeah, Dreama, they're not a fan of any of us, including myself, but hell, you know what? Sometimes even the places that don't like us have relevant information, and this is one of those situations. I didn't know anything about this. This is their YouTube channel, Mercedes Girl. Somebody sent this to me. I would have never known this was here. So somebody sent this to me, but this is important because she made this on the 19th. Then she deleted it from her TikTok. It never came to YouTube. But you'll see quite the shift change from the I'm an OG gangsta. You better not get me in North. You better not come to Jersey on my turf because you won't have a chance. Now look at the shift. And the two threats of violence, she's saying that December 4th and December 10th were serious threats of violence against her.
The temporary protection order being issued and served upon the defendant, and unfortunately there's been multiple violations of that temporary protection order. He wasn't supposed to be even talking about me on social media, and not only did he continue, but he made
multiple violations. Is that so? So this crazy bitch and other people think that somebody's going to get violated over saying one fucking name. I'm sorry, but victims, like actual abuse victims, actual people that need restraining orders, have a hard time getting a violation. And if they violate somebody over mentioning a name on social media, well, you see how fucked up this situation really is. Yeah. The storyteller she is. Don't forget, she's also a fictional fucking author. And I say heavy on the fiction because her outdated material and stories in her book speak for themselves.
Menacing, threatening, intimidating, harassing statements on multiple occasions after being served the temporary protection order. I can't really talk a lot about it right now. I'm in an Uber on the way to court.
Very interesting note that once again, Al is not accompanying her to court for an RO hearing where she's in fear for her life, according to what she claims. She's in an Uber. Al didn't take the day off to accompany her. Al isn't present. Al wasn't even woken up when he was mentioned. And according to Julie, BJ dog whistled to the internet to contact him. I know if I was in fear for my life and protecting our family, Kyle would be right beside me, come hell or high water.
And I will come live or do a video after, sometime later today, about.
She's in an Uber on the way to court by herself. Oh, and by that video, by the way, Julie, that video you did about your court hearing after the car accident, when you name drop and talk about your cousin once again and how he's a judge and has all these connections, and you know the police are basically kind of bowing to him. That was really fucking interesting too.
The results of it, I hope that I am granted this final protection order. I am very scared of this man. I don't know what the terms exactly of the final protection order are or how it works, but it's my understanding there's a possibility that.
Just a quick note too, in case anybody doesn't know what's going on. Most of you are very well aware because you've been watching as we've been going through this. It's a civil protection order in Superior Court that she took out against Craig.
He may have to surrender his multiple, what do we say on TikTok? YouTubes, of which he owns many, including one that he showed on a TikTok live stream. He had a TikTok account. I don't know if he has it anymore.
The one you're whispering about it now, you were fucking making a parody of it previously when he was waving the weapon around, taunting Granny, threatening Granny. You thought it was parody worthy back in September. But now, he might have to have his weapons removed, which has been her intent. We've heard her say. Brandishing it over his head while intoxicated. So why didn't you tell your TikTok followers that it was parody worthy when he was threatening people in that moment? Oh, that's right. Because you can't be honest.
This is not a stable individual.
Yeah, we're looking at an unstable individual. That is my opinion.
And he has a domestic partner, baby mama, who also is on who has the YouTube channel also. And there's also charges that she's facing for cyber harassment and cyber
and she continues to lie once again. She's not facing charges for cyber harassment. Julie filed a private citizen's complaint for a petty disorderly persons charge in New Jersey. It is not a criminal cyber harassment charge. It is a criminal petty disorderly persons charge that she herself took out through municipal court.
Harassment in New Jersey is different. It's different than cyber stalking. It's not exactly the same in every state. In New Jersey, for cyber harassment.
Why are you lying to your TikTok followers?
If somebody made threats of violence against you, you don't necessarily have to believe that they intend to carry out those acts of violence. But just the fact that they are threatening that, or and in her case, there's different things, other things also allowing those threats on her channel. It's absolutely wild, and I'm sorry that I haven't kept you guys up to date about this. I hope you understand, and even,
I'm sure they're just distraught for you.
If I could, it would be hard to explain briefly, and given the guidelines that I've had, not to discuss the case matter, in preparation for this court date, which is early this morning, and I don't know if he's going to show up in person. I pray that he doesn't. Frank.
Really? Did you catch that? That's a really big, important part right there.
Morning, and I don't know if he's going to show up in person. I pray that he doesn't, frankly, because
She said, I don't know if he's going to show up in person. Meanwhile, you were telling the internet he was told by the court he had to show up in person. But you all of a sudden were praying he didn't show up? Well, that's ironic.
I'm scared of him.
You're scared now.
Unpredictable. And I never really thought I would be in this situation. And yet here I am. I'm not the only person that this man has threatened.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, let's hear it again. because I think that's very valid and important to listen to. Once again, we've heard her state over and over again she was pissed off that he wasn't there in person. Now, magically, she's scared and doesn't want him there.
Matter, in preparation for this court date, which is early this morning, and I don't know if he's going to show up in person. I pray that he doesn't, frankly, because I am scared of him. He's unpredictable. And I never really thought
You should really get a refund on your fucking acting classes at this point, bitch.
I would be in this situation, and yet here I am. I'm not the only person that this man has threatened, but
You should have included there as you're not the only person that's been filing false police reports. You and BJ both were filing false police reports against each other. And by the way, I had a real fucking interesting phone call today. That's all I can say. But a real fucking interesting, out of the blue phone call, especially for a Saturday.
as far as I know, with the many threats of violence that he's done to others, most of them have been against men.
Before any rumors get started, it's definitely not anybody in BJ's camp. Put it that way.
I think, although I do know another woman, but I seem to be the only one who has pressed charges. And
You didn't press charges on Craig. You pressed charges on BJ, not Craig. You filed for an RO on Craig. Let's get it straight.
it's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. Wish me luck, and I'll talk to you guys.
Wish me luck. Isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic? Right. Where's Al? Where's Al? She's terrified and petrified of this man. Hey, Earth. She is terrified of this man. Terrified. Huh. Do I have which parody, Crispy? The waving the weapon parody? Yeah, Coco, basically what I can say is it's not from either side. Not from either side. Very interesting, intriguing phone call. Nobody. I haven't talked to a single soul, and I will not. But couple that with this.
I did a live stream about it, but it's like 9 minutes long, where I took just the part of me playing, "Oh, thank you, player, Earth Angel, thank you. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player, if you're a player like me." But I'm not.
When the time comes, I will tell you guys what happened. I still don't even know what to really make of it right now.
I'm a player and I'm a gangster.
Where's this energy? Where the fuck did this energy go? Where'd the energy go that you're a player, you're an OG, you're a gangsta?
Thank you. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player, if you're a player like me. But I'm not. I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something. Brittany,
put it this way. Somebody got my number that is not attached to any of us, but made me think about things and asked me some questions about things that I had gone back through and wanted to bring my attention to a few things that could potentially be going on outside of what we were discussing last night. There you go. If you couple that with the mention of, this is where I'm comfortable saying, think about Brittany's words recently about how there's an internal investigation with her PD by her DA. And then all of the fucking police reports back and forth between the two of these people. They were mentioning things that I never even remotely considered as possibilities. Will any of it come out? I don't know. Was I stunned and shocked? Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Is there validity to any of it? No. Not at this point. Could there be? Fuck if I know. But you put into account that when asked for the FOIA records from the police department on the police records, which open records request, no big deal, they asked for an extension until the 25th. This is somebody that understands the legal field way more than I do, and was just giving me some food for thought, in other words. interesting.
Let this be a warning to you.
That's right, Coco. Yep.
You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina, because don't come to this turf in Jersey, because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh.
But it's also one of those moments where I'm not willing to talk about it because I thought the timing of it was really interesting as is, let alone contacting me. I have nothing to do with this. Nothing to fucking do with this. And all I could say was, look, everything I've documented is publicly available on both sides. Have at it.
On my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
Yep.
She did. This one.
She sure did. In fact, let's listen to that. Yeah, it's no police or anything like that. So don't let that start running. Just random people being nosy and trying to give me something else to think about. Why me? Because I guess I'm the only one that really has been talking a lot about this. So here you go.
Then everything. It's just been very busy. Well, hello, Olap. Olap, I got like about 5 more screenshots for my project on you. I'm doing a project on Olap. Sometimes she makes me laugh by her comments and chats. I'm not trying to make her self-conscious at all. And I'm not always in every chat you're in. It's at the same court.
So this is what she had to state after this was released. The first hearing. So this was her chat with her people that she wanted to be spread everywhere. She told them, spread it far and wide, basically. But this is where she states that she was nervous about them not having to show up in person.
I believe it's a different judge that day.
So this would be the first postponement that they did. Adjournment, not adjudication.
I think. Okay. It's checked TPO granted. And it's also checked before the date it appears final protective order.
That's what they said. I mean, I'm not concerned about it in any way, shape, or form. It was actually a really good conversation. And I really do appreciate people. It was weird calling me, but I do appreciate people giving me something else to think about too, because in this, I have no idea. And there is some really weird things going on. There is. And it's nice to have a third party completely detached from everything that's just kind of been watching, bring some things up.
Hearing date. Okay. So
I wouldn't even go as far as saying that they're interested in it for any self need outside of watching and documenting things for 2+ years.
The hearing on the 12th, which is too far away for my liking, but it is what it is. February 12th is will be the hearing date for the final protective order hearing date, February 12th, 2026. And it is in person in New Jersey, required. Both parties are required to appear in New Jersey in person, and both parties are required to appear in court in person on the 12th for the final protective order. Oh, did I say February 12th? I meant March 12th. I apologize. I'm sorry. I've had a long day. 3/12/2026. So 3 is January, February, March 12th. Okay. Sorry, I misspoke. As you know, I made a video.
And this isn't what we're going to be overall talking about. I've got a completely different video that we're going to talk about. But just for the sake of understanding what she has said up until this point, I think this is very important to remind people of.
About me talking to my attorney about not wanting a remote via Zoom or other teleconference hearing, which seems to some people counterintuitive, right? Why would you want in a protective order, right? Why would you want a person you believe to be threatening you to be in person in court with you? It seems counterintuitive. However, I expressed at that time my concerns to my attorney, what my concerns were about if they were to file, and there is something they have to file, to have it be a remote hearing. right? And it was explained to me by my attorney, if they were to have an attorney and file for a remote hearing, that we could file a motion to oppose the remote hearing. It was already supposed to be an in-person hearing. So there was nothing for me to file, or my attorney to file, because nothing had been objected to. I'm going to read this comment out because you have good instincts here. I'm not saying who said it. I don't have live chat replay, FYI. But if anybody's recording this now, whatever. But someone in my chat says, the defendant may make a fool of themselves and a judge will see. Yeah, we'll see that. So the reasons for having an in-person hearing and why I would file for a motion, as my attorney explained, a motion to oppose a virtual hearing were numerous, actually. And everything that I was basically everything that I was concerned about for a remote hearing actually happened today. And I won't lie to you, I'm not happy with not receiving notice. But I say shame on me, because I should have known by now who I'm dealing with.
So, by the way, she's pro se in this situation. She talks about an attorney, but she is representing and has been representing herself. Now, she did state that she was getting an attorney. Her mom was hiring her an attorney. We saw that short recently too, but here is what she stated about not wanting them to be able to use Zoom, which drastically changed on the 19th.
Please understand something. The attorney that Al and I use is also our friend in real life, who has a large practice, and he is a municipal judge, not in the county where I live or where this court hearing is, or even in the county where he lives. He's a municipal judge in a different county than either of those.
And what's really interesting is this is a completely different judge attorney than the one she talked about with the traffic court incident. That was her cousin, Ari, that she had talked about previously when name dropping. Yeah, I'm sure these people love the fact that their name dropped and their reputations are being used for your fucking shenanigans and fuckery on YouTube.
And he's a very, very busy person. And he's been very good to our family. And he's there. I mean, when I called him, at 9 o'clock at night on the cell phone.
You're supposed to be off enjoying yourself. I am so excited that you get to go to Astoria tomorrow. I hope you have the best vacation. Send me lots of pics, please.
Picks up the phone because Al is like a brother to him.
Mm-hmm.
Al's like a brother to him, basically. They're not really, but Al is like a brother to him. Okay. But he's a very busy person. And this is not really his area of expertise. Nonetheless, he is always there for us when we need him. But I don't try to take advantage of him. He's not free. We do get a discount, the friends and family discount, but he's not free. And since he became a judge, I am more mindful of his time, right? So I was staying in touch with my attorney all the way up until the close of day, the business day, the court's day, close of day, yesterday, February 19th, when we did a last check that there was no attorney of record for their side. At the end of business day yesterday, there was no attorney of record on their side. And that was confirmed today in two ways, that at the end of business yesterday, that there was no attorney of record. It was confirmed first in court by the defendant's attorney, who stated that they needed an extension because they were only retained late last night. And that's a nice way of putting it, because after court, we confirmed that it was actually had to have been, in my opinion, after midnight, because, well, at least when that attorney asked to make it remote, it was after midnight because the date on that paperwork is February 20th, which is today. So, and that attorney is in New Jersey, East Coast time. Okay, we're not dealing with people different time zones. East Coast time. Defendant lives East Coast time. Everybody's on East Coast time. We're all on the same time. So the fact that on that work, it's dated February 20th, and on this paper and today, the hearing was 8:30 a.m. this morning. And you know me, I don't like to be late, especially for something important. I was there really early. As a matter of fact, I had to wait in the lobby for them to let us up. You know, that wasn't the only one.
Another note, Al didn't attend this hearing either. She was by herself when it came to this one.
But there was a number of people because you have to get through security and everything. This is my county. Again, my county has between 500,000 and 1 million people in this county.
I was playing some of these things for Kyle today, and Kyle snapped. He fucking snapped, and he said, "How dare this bitch ever put me in a spot where I have to defend Craig? How dare this bitch ever do that?" Like, he was fucking pissed. He was like, "This is bullshit." And you'll see why and what he was listening to in a few. But he's right. He's fucking right. Like, this guy's reckless and does it and says crazy shit. I mean, he's talked shit about Kyle. He said Kyle doesn't even fucking come home at night. He's shacked up with some other bitch. Like, all of this shit. They've called Kyle and I fucking chomos. They've said crazy shit. And yet, I guess the truth matters to more of us than hate bonding.
It's a giant building, different floors. It's a big. It's not a little courthouse. It's a building, you know. First you go to the 9th floor, then you go to the 8th floor, then you got to go to the 3rd floor. Okay, big building, lots of floors, lots of people, and they have other offices there besides the court, I think, but like county kind of offices, but just few specialty offices. It's not the general county office.
Lauren, you want my opinion on why her mom had to hire an attorney? Because she's manipulating her mother, and Al said, "No, I'm not wasting money on this. Shut it off, log off, stop engaging with this shit." I think Al drew a boundary and said, "I'm not going to spend a fucking shit ton of money on stuff when you could just shut this off." We've heard Al state to her and her repeat it that Al suggested she logged off. I think Al has common sense because I don't think he understands the depths of this.
That's in a different building.
And unfortunately, her mom is elderly, and she has already used her mom in portions of this to claim that something from the internet happened to her mom. She had no proof it was from any of this, but she made sure her mom filed the police report. So I think she has been fear-mongering her own mother, just like we watch Brittany and Craig do with their family. Yep, that's my opinion, but
again, end of business day, no attorney on record for them.
You guys, Belinda, just wait till you see what I found.
I bought myself. Is it here? Do I have it here? Yeah, I do. Somebody, when I tell you, like, okay, I took it out because it's all out here. This is documentation, police reports, blah, blah, blah. I have a file folder. It's labeled.
Hey, Audacity.
Okay. I had everything nicely organized in here. You're allowed to bring your laptop in. You know, I don't know to what extent.
You might as well just said, I could bring a burner phone in too. And then we'd have BJ fucking senior.
And videos or audios were going to be played, but everything was prepared. And I actually wrote on it because I said to my attorney end of day yesterday, and again, shame on me. I don't think he's going to show up because I'd heard his voice not that long before, and he was saying he wasn't going to New Jersey, and I didn't think he was. And at the end of the day, there was no attorney on record.
So they were monitoring videos to see if they could hear him in the background to know if they were on their way to New Jersey. Why people have ever thought, let's talk about Clue and Cletus for a minute. Did they have to show up in person for the RO in North Carolina? They live in another state. Granted, different judges rule and determine different things, but their attorney was able to go represent them and they didn't have to be there. This instant expectation that we believe what Julia said. Julia is the only one that stated ever that he had to be there in person. And oftentimes they will let people do remote. Now, the judge, that's totally up to the judge, but there's been no documentation that he was required to show up.
I thought that would be the end of it, but I should have known better. Types of stuff people complain. And it's pink. And my labels, I use all pastels, by the way. Light blue, purple. Actually, light purple, lilac, and pink were my bat mitzvah colors. Well,
this right here grosses me out, and I'm going to take this down. I've already played this, so I don't care.
My balloons were lilac and pink. Very 80s. And I wrote a note to myself.
This note pisses me off. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Yeah, you're not fucking afraid. Sorry. I'm going to say it as loud as I possibly fucking can.
On this. Because I said, I'm going to go in by myself. I'm okay. I got this. I got everything. We have talked. We have everything. I said, I made that call late. And I said, it's okay. And he's a busy guy. And he's a friend. And he's not free either.
You get some rest, Audacity. Some of you guys, you and Lauren work crazy hours. I appreciate you guys being here, but y'all know I care more about you guys getting rest and sleep than this.
So thought I could save myself a dime because I didn't think anything was going to happen. If I had been told even 5 minutes before I entered the courtroom, even 1 minute before I entered the courtroom, that there was going to be a remote meeting, I wouldn't have entered the courtroom. I would have called my attorney and said, you need to call here immediately and figure this shit out, or get one of the other attorneys in your office or whatever. Or I have his assistant. I have her phone number on my cell phone. I could call his assistant and said.
But he's not the attorney of record, and there was no notice of appearance filed. It doesn't sound like for this attorney to actually represent her.
You know, push back my thing so you can get in touch with this judge's chambers, right? But I was given no warning at all. And I even asked the person, the bailiff or whatever, who.
And here's another note I want to point out. She has implied that all of this is the state versus Brittany because of these cyber harassment charges that she has alluded to. Now, we know that that's not what's actually happening here. But if that was the case, she would be seen as a victim and would be represented by the prosecutor's office. What she's explaining here is a completely different situation.
You know, brought us from the elevator up to the courtroom. I don't know if it was bailiff, security, whatever he was. I said, did you see, is there a defendant here in my case?
Thank you,
and
Tina.
He asked my name, defendant's name, and he said, no. I said, okay. And then I said, did you see, is there an attorney here? And he said, nope, didn't see one. Okay. So I go in the courtroom and I'm called. There was a case, they were going through a couple, there was actually 2 cases right before me. It was this one case, this case. And after the second case, before my case was called up, the judge got up and left the bench for a minute, I guess, going into their chambers, right? And they called my name before the judge came back in, and I gathered all my stuff, you know, all my paperwork with my, this is a quote from Nelson Mandela, by the way. I got my laptop, just in case. I have my I's dotted and my T's crossed. I'll tell you one funny thing I said later. So when I go up, they call my name, and I wasn't looking up at the moment. I was gathering my stuff. I was bringing it to the front. They have the tables in front, you know, where there's a microphone, right? Like courtroom, told us what chair you go to this chair. And I'm putting my stuff out and I'm taking my folder out and, you know, whatever, looking down. And then I see, just before the judge came back in, there is a big screen that was off, a big TV screen that was off for the first 2 cases that went before me. It comes on. It flashes on. And the first person I see in that screen, it's not the defendant, but a person he lives with on the screen. And just then, I was like, I gotta tell you, I was good. I kept it together. But if ever there was a moment where, someone said, steam would be, you're so like you have steam would be literally coming out of my ears, that would be the moment.
Get some rest, Kay.
Because had I been given even a minute's warning, I would have said, I'm not stepping to that desk in camera view. I would have said, I'm not stepping to this desk in camera view. Oh, thanks, Bitter Tea. Strength isn't loud. It's the quiet decision to stand back again. When no one is clapping, we're all clapping for you, Julie. Love you. I appreciate it so much. Really.
Yeah. Casual art. I'm glad I'm sorry that you ever had to be in that position, but yeah, that happens.
I'm sorry it took me a while to.
Right. Interesting change there, isn't it?
Come on and talk today. Mostly because I was kicking myself. For being.
This is after, it's a newer video. This is after the first hearing for the RO against Craig and from Julie.
I don't know. For thinking, nothing was going to happen like this. So immediately things turn.
You're welcome, Vaughn.
A little. I don't know what word I want to use to describe it. There was a lot of questions going on from me. All right. And so let me just explain all the reasons, although it seems counterintuitive, all the reasons that I was concerned about a remote hearing basically happened today, or almost happened today, depending on what I was worried about. One thing I was worried about was that the defendant would not be alone talking to the judge without somebody by their side, right, who would be able to do anything. I mean, I'm not saying accusing anybody of doing anything. I'm saying it's possible to pass.
And the reason we're playing this is because on the 19th, 2 days ago, she made a video stating that she didn't want him there. She was praying that he didn't show up. Meanwhile, she was going to and wanted to file an opposition for them allowing him to Zoom.
Them notes. It's possible to pinch them under the table when they think they're saying something wrong, right? It's possible to whatever. This is not the attorney I'm talking about sitting next to him. The attorney was elsewhere. As far as I can tell, based on live streams.
I mean, of course, it's a New Jersey attorney. They had to hire a New Jersey attorney who is licensed in New Jersey, and they're in North Carolina. Of course, the attorney is elsewhere.
We've seen, and the complete darkness behind
them, Duchess.
Generally, that's where they were.
Yes,
and also, according to the judge, something I didn't see, but then something I did see.
Dutch, you don't have to go over there, though. It's fine. It's running itself. The ladies are over there. They're doing good. Nobody's acting up.
A disrespect for how one is to appear in court. That's the judge who said that, not me.
And then she goes into this whole rumor about what he was wearing. Okay, but this is the important piece of that. So you hear what she claimed and why she was going to oppose this. This was from the 19th. Again, reminder, this is from a channel by the name of Rolling Nomad. They're not fans of any of us. It is what it is. But they caught that Julie posted this on her TikTok on the 19th. Didn't post it on YouTube, only to TikTok, and then later deleted it. It's very interesting. But this piece right here.
That I've had not to discuss the case matter, in preparation for this court date, which is early this morning. And I don't know if he's going to show up in person. I pray that he doesn't, frankly, because I am scared of him. He's unpredictable. And I never really thought I would be in this situation.
So what's this whole puffing of her chest over they were going to oppose him being able to Zoom in? She didn't want that to happen. She was demanding that he had to be there. And now she hopes he doesn't show up because she's scared of him. Fuck out of here.
And yet here I am. I'm not the only person that this man has threatened, but
Whatever. You get the whole gist of what she's doing. And just to cover all bases, this is what she said March 11th when the second hearing was adjourned.
You know what, Kenna, that's a good question. What the excuse was, it was not done till today. The hearing is tomorrow. And so it had to have been a last minute reason, excuse, whatever.
Yeah, right.
But the judge did stipulate that this delay will be the last adjudication or moving of the date.
Adjournment is the word.
In this matter.
Case has not been adjudicated.
This is it. That's it. The judge doesn't want to hear another thing. So, I have no reason to know what is in the judge's mind, but if I were the judge, I'd want it over with, and I want it over with. There's a reason why these kinds of things are supposed to happen quickly, because people's lives are in danger. The longer it goes on, the angrier people become.
You know what makes me angry? Liars who do shit like this. Oh, back to the verdict is in. Here's another puff of the chest about her connections real quick before we get into the main discussion of the evening.
Okay. So we have a lawyer. He's also a relative, and he's also happens to be, besides he has a law practice. He is our lawyer. He's Al's lawyer for his business, for a lot of things. But so when we got this ticket with 2 points saying I was careless and this guy got nothing, and my insurance.
He's talking about a traffic incident, an accident.
Rates are going to go up and everything. I mean, and New Jersey insurance is no joke. Car insurance is no joke here. Okay.
I find it really interesting that we saw her raging out, hearing all this, that she was in an accident. She was the one who got the actual ticket. They did get that dismissed, but initially she was the one who was ticketed for this accident, but they determined to fight it because their insurance rates would go up. And what is really fucking ironic is we just watched her rage out over copyright while driving in New Jersey, putting other people's lives at risk, while screaming about terms of service violations.
Super friggin' expensive. New Jersey is the most densely populated state in the United States. I don't know if you guys knew that. More than New York, because New York is a huge state. New York City.
Oh, Vaughn, you're going to really appreciate this upcoming, considering that comment, because I think you're spot on.
It's obviously very densely populated, but New York State is huge. There's lots of rural areas. New Jersey, it's like lots of suburbs. You go one suburb to another, and some cities in between. And driving here is not always easy and everything. So my rates were going to go up, and Al's like, we're fighting this. And I'm so lucky to have Al, and I'm so lucky to have the support of a guy like Al on my side.
Yeah, makes me wonder, why isn't Al supporting being the OG gangster on your arm for this situation when you're in fear for your life?
Time.
Oh, because
with backup. And our attorney, Ari, he is a lawyer, but he also is a judge. He's a municipal judge, not in the municipality, not in the township where this accident happened.
The cousin Ari. We don't have cousin Vinny. We have cousin Ari now. Mm-hmm. The name dropping. If you know somebody who knows somebody, you too might as well be an attorney or a politician or.
However, because he is a municipal judge, he could represent us in court, in other courts, but not in municipal court. So if it was a district court hearing or something like that, he could represent us, but he could not represent us in municipal court. So he assigned, hi Hildy, he assigned one of his partners in the law firm to be our lawyer in this case. And I looked into, after I was assigned, I was a little nervous, but I looked into him, and I didn't say anything to you guys about this, but I looked into him about who he was, because I was like, oh, Ari's not going to be there. I don't know who this guy is and everything. And we had a meeting with him, a strategy meeting on Monday. And when I looked into him, I see we were like, oh, are you sure? He's like, he's your guy. He had a car accident, but I was cited as a careless driver, totally at fault, and got at least 2 points given to me on my license.
Shocking. We watched your careless driving in real time the other day. Say it ain't so.
And he said, he's your guy. This guy named Chris. And when I looked into him,
I'm assuming it's probably Al's relative again. I mean, she can't stand half of his family and trashes them on live streams, especially his sister. But then the one she wants to name drop, she's a weird one. That's all I can say.
I was like, oh, look at here. Look at here. That's not how I talk. I think I'm starting to talk like Brittany all the time. I said, looky.
Sounds like they're two complete separate people, Cindy. Two separate people. I don't know, though.
Our attorney,
because listen to this story,
is on the ballot for November 6th, which is my birthday. I think it's November 6th, right? Yeah, November 6th. Is it November 6th or November 4th? I can't remember. Is on the ballot for to be our state assembly person.
Bree, I was laughing so fucking hard thinking about that exact thing. When I was listening to this, I was like, Bree would fucking say, this is exactly what I thought you would say. This is why I have a job, because of people like this. Thank you, Bree.
Representing the town where I live.
He sure does.
And many other towns, and the town where my court hearing is. He is on the ballot. Now, if he were also, he can be a lawyer and a state representative, but if he is a lawyer, he can't really practice in municipal courts once he is elected. But in this week prior, this is from my where I was hit by a Tesla in May, and yet they cited me as at fault, even though I was hit on the side and the guy's damages in the front. He T-boned me. And tell me, I mean, there had to be something to this. I think that guy had like a family shield on it. He must have somebody in his family. He was a 22-year-old with a Tesla screaming to his dad on the phone.
Of course. Can't just be.
Phone. Dad, I can't pay for this. Jumping up and down like a jackass and yelling. Okay.
22-year-old kid, probably first car accident.
His dad must be a somebody. So this cop.
Julie got ticketed, so of course, can't be her fault. Who does this sound like? BJ, lack of accountability. Always somebody else's fault.
Cited me. And when Al went to talk to the cop in person about the police report and the ticket, the cop was kind of.
She's got multiple siblings. She's got a brother and a sister. She's done an entire stream. Actually cried because her brother's super intelligent, so is her sister, and she never lived up to their abilities.
A jerk to Al.
Don't ask me how I know this, but I'll tell you how I know this, because I've watched way too many of her fucking videos at this point.
No offense to the cop if he ever watches this, but he was kind of a douchebag. And that didn't sit well with Al, because Al wanted to talk to him reasonably about the report. And he was just like, nah, very dismissive of Al. And Al says, okay.
Another one. Hold on. I just thought.
And then Al said, we're going to court on it. And we're getting a lawyer. And I said, yes. Okay. Because I knew I wasn't at fault. But nonetheless, he did have a case. I mean, he had the green light. It showed that he had the green light. But what we don't have video of is that I also had a green light. And had he looked left prior to turning right, he would have seen that I had to slow down because the cars in front of me had slowed down for this turn lane, and it was pouring rain and everything else. The point is, so I know now, okay, so now the power balance has a little evened out. This is what I'm talking about, being a gangster. Okay? You got to think ahead. You got to say to yourself,
she did, Vaughn.
You're not going to win in municipal court. You're not going to get a cop to admit he's wrong ever.
But think about all of this talk recently about how she'll get the cops to come in and testify about their police reports. This woman gives me fucking whiplash.
It's not going to happen. Don't even bother. Do not bother. I don't care if you have video evidence, if you have the Pope himself there to testify on your behalf. No Jersey cop is going to say they are wrong. But so it just so happens that our attorney is about to be elected.
Listen to this shit.
Assemblyman for the district, including the same town where it was, next week. He's favored to win. Yep, so after next week, if he wins, he couldn't represent us in court. But this week, he could. So now the power balance has shifted. It's now we're on kind of equal footing here, right? You got the cops, right, who stick together, and the judges and the prosecutors, they're all sticking together. Now you got the attorney for us, who's also about to be an assembly person. A little bit above. He's not the assembly person yet, but he might be. Do they really want to go against this guy? We don't know. I don't know what influenced it, but here's what happened, right? Oh, shit.
Maybe they just didn't want to fucking deal with it, and they just dismissed it, because that's the moral of the story is it was dismissed, but she sure thinks she's badass.
That's why we're the OGs. Okay? That's why we're the OGs. That's why I'm the OG, and Al's the OG, and y'all are the OGs. And I don't even say y'all. I got to get out of this freaking Britney mode. I've been playing Britney too much this week. I've lost my New Jersey accent.
Oh.
But nonetheless, still, even with that power dynamic shifting a bit, getting a cop to ever admit he's made a mistake is like literally impossible. You're never going to get a cop to do that. It's just not going to happen. He will never, ever admit to it. And every cop will back him up. So our attorney, we had a meeting on Monday, and our attorney knows the township very well and everything, knows the intersection. And he said, let's not complicate things with the video and things like that. Both things can be true, meaning Julie had the green light to go. And because the car slowed down, right, in front of her, and the green lights are not timed well, and it's a very big intersection.
I mean, this is just fucking wild. Casual Art, thank you for your continued support and being a member for 21 months. It is my understanding that personality number 8 is in witness protection. Casual Art, thank you so much.
I have to pass 5 lanes.
Oh my gosh.
And that he got the green light, but I had slowed down because something was in front of me, that basically my attorney's argument that was going to be, or was that either both of us are cited or neither of us are cited, because both things are true.
Because who in their fucking right mind is going to hold Julie accountable for shit? She's a gangster with connections, don't you fucking know? Okay, skip into the main part so we can get into the fun shit tonight.
Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something. Brittany, let this be a warning to you.
No, she doesn't.
You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina, because don't come to this turf in Jersey, because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh. Not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
Lies and lack of accountability. Okay, somebody mentioned something that just triggered a memory, though, for me. And this is what it is. I cringed so motherfucking hard at this. I'm sorry. This is one of those. This isn't even the stream that we're going to be watching. But this gave me... I wanted to crawl under a fucking table, secondhand embarrassment.
And I don't know if you heard this story already, but if you haven't, it's a good story.
I don't know if you've heard this story. I've told it 500 times, but if you haven't, I'm going to tell you again. It's such a great story that I wanted to hide.
It's a story of triumph. It's a story of never giving up.
We're hearing the words, it's a story of triumph and never giving up. You think major situation going on here, right? Okay.
In my opinion.
All right.
And I went to, so I had the brown curly hair, and I went and I bought the Grease album. I went to see Grease. And for most of the movie, except for the last scene, Olivia Newton-John's hair is long and blonde. And remember, she
not Grease Lightning. Go Grease Lightning.
Had the bangs, and when she sang "Hopelessly Devoted to You,"
oh my god!
I went to the sleepover, and she had that blue sash in her hair and a backflip, her flipped up, like this, with the bangs like that. All right, I took a picture. I'm a little girl, okay?
Okay, we got.
And I went to the movies 11 times. My mom would just drop me and my sister off at the movies.
Do all of you count how many times you went to the movies as a kid? One of the first movies I ever saw was Ernest Goes to Jail. And I felt like a rebel without a cause with my cousins, because I was totally not something we usually were able to watch, but my aunt let us. But I couldn't tell you how many times I went to the movies.
We were so young, by ourselves. That's what it is to be Gen X. Hi, TPT. Who did I miss? Hi, Cynthia Russo.
Hey, Nicole.
My paisana. And I took the album, and in the album, you open it up, and they had pictures in it. And one of the pictures was Olivia Newton-John with the "Hopelessly Devoted to You" hairdo, with the blue sash and the flip up and the bangs and the straight blonde hair. And here's me, this little Jewish girl from northern New Jersey.
Good night, Sasha.
With brown, not a nice, ugly brown, really curly hair. Okay. And I said, I want to.
She has brown curly hair. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. Not that it matters, or would I give a shit, but I didn't know that.
Go to the hair salon, and I want to get my hair done. I told my mom. She said, okay, I'll come with you. This was a different hairstylist than she has now. She doesn't go to this man. It was a man. Okay. And I brought the picture with me. I brought the album with me. And I told the hairstylist, this man, evil man.
CK, she reminds me of MGL and Mr. Ed in this moment.
I said, I showed him the thing, and I said, oh, this opens up. I said, look, you see this picture here of Olivia Newton-John, with her hair like blonde and straight, and with the flip up or whatever. I want my hair to look like that.
Oh, that's cool.
That's how I want my hair to look. And do you know what this evil man said to me? As a little Jewish girl from northern New Jersey, with hopes and aspirations and a fragile, little girl emotions. He says, he looks at the picture, and he looks at me, the Olivia Newton-John picture. He looks at me with the brown curly hair, and he says, he shuts it, and he goes, hands it back to me. He says, that's not possible. And hands back the thing. He said, that's not possible. Okay? This is not a sad story. This is a story of triumph.
Oh.
This is a story of never giving up.
Oh.
Because look at me now, bitch. You asshole. Look at me with my blonde straight hair.
FAFO, tragedy exploiter. This is the moment I wanted to crawl under the table. He crushed her dreams.
Right?
This is such a Craig situation on top of everything else.
This is not a sad story. This is a story of triumph. This is a story of never giving up. Because look at me now, bitch. You asshole. Look at me with my blonde straight hair. Right?
Oof.
Yes, that is Anastasia, Beverly Hills. Yeah. This is my favorite Anastasia. There's a story about the woman who started that company. Very successful
story of triumph, isn't it?
Story of a woman who started with nothing, made her own company, and sold it for millions. Anyway, so I'm just saying, look, I have achieved my dreams. I don't let go of my dreams as a child.
I had a dream one time. None of it involved hair. But okay.
To have long blonde straight hair like Olivia Newton-John singing Hopelessly Devoted to You in Greece.
Oh, okay.
It is possible. Don't tell me it's not possible. You jerk off talking to a little girl, trying to destroy her self-esteem. It's terrible. But look at me now. It is possible.
No, Lauren, there's an accountant here by the name of that. Oh, you think that's what she's going to say? Yeah. Even though I was responding to it. Yeah.
I knew it was possible. Right. And you see, I've done it. I have achieved my dream of having Olivia Newton-John in Grease hair with blonde straight hair. You too can be whatever you want to be in life.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was born with extremely straight blonde hair and still have it 43 years later. Yeah. Yep. One time I had a dream to have curly hair. I got a perm and it fell out a couple days later. Didn't crush my will.
Life. Even if it means you have brown curly hair, it's frizzy, your mom doesn't know what to do with it. So I stuck to it. Okay. Now, granted, this is the days before flat irons.
I mean, here's the moral of the story for me with stuff like this. There's a major situation here with these people who always want to be something that they're not, from down to their hair, everything, and they spew it all over. I mean, a lot of people want different color hair or different texture hair. Like, okay, big deal. But this entire, like, it's a performance.
Right? Or I don't have a
Right,
keratin
revival.
treatment, but they do have keratin treatments now.
Oh, just wait. Just fucking wait.
People who knew how to deal with curly hair and highlights and color and everything. And this is not on topic, but I just want to say, don't give up on your dreams. Anything is possible, right? You like the hair? I just told a story about how I was little and I had brown curly hair and I loved Grease and Olivia Newton-John's hair in Grease with the Hopelessly Devoted and this. I took a picture of her to the hairstylist, this guy my mom used to go to, and then I said, I want my hair to look like this, a little Jewish girl with brown curly hair. And he said, it's not possible, and hands me back the picture. And I never gave up on my dream to have long, blonde, straight hair.
Good Lord.
And here I am today. I'm a success story.
You see why I wanted to climb under a table? You see how badly I wanted to climb under a table? You get it.
I'm kidding you. But I did get my hair colored and it needed it. I went way too long without getting it done. Do you know how much they charge nowadays to get your hair done with color and a blowout? You love my stories? I'm glad I'm feeling better. Me too. Because I was not feeling good the other day when they doxed my Spencer's twins name. And I even played a short from Al. You know, I have to go back to TikTok more because they have this thing where it says on this day. It's kind of like Facebook memories thing where a memory pops up. And it was a video of Al in 2022. And it was on my TikTok. He made it for TikTok. And somebody had asked the question, what was Spencer like as a toddler? And I didn't know him as a toddler. I met the boys when they were 6.
Oh, yeah. There's another video, too, by the way. It's titled, I'm not going to go into it because we're still not even to the point that I want to get to. There's just so much fucking bullshit. There's a video by the name of Dumber Than a Box of Rocks from 3 months ago where she states that War Eagle is who doxed this child very clearly, which didn't, in my opinion, happen either. But
and Al tells the story.
You know, details don't matter. Facts don't fucking matter. The truth doesn't matter. But you wanna cringe again? You guys up for another cringe-tastic moment from this one? Before we move on to the one that you're all gonna be fucking cringing over? We're just prepping our cringe-worthy moments. Okay, deep breaths.
A reference to snatching somebody by the neck. Which
Yeah, they
one?
are, Jen, they are. Oh.
So you and Sinner discussed, was I the one who contacted police?
Right.
Again,
fuck it.
Incitement. You have zero evidence that I called the police. If I called the police on you, Brittany, I would tell you. I would post about it. Just like...
Oh, no, we know. You've bragged about every time you've called the police. December 17th is the date of this. By this point in time, she had made 2 police reports very loudly, proudly.
I posted the day after Craig made the threats.
Hey,
Not the day after Craig made the threats. The day after I heard the threats from on Cluminati's live, because he made it on I did the strike on a Tuesday. He made the threats on a Wednesday. I didn't hear them till Thursday late afternoon, so I wasn't able to get to the police station till the following day. I went to the police station.
Oh, just hold that thought for a moment, Retro Cherry. Y'all are about to have one of those moments that usually we only get when listening to like Mr. Ed and Molly and Betty type moments.
And I posted about it. I made a post and I took a picture of myself. I blocked out the name of the police department, but you can clearly see behind me, police. It's on my page. And people ask me, did you go to the police station, Adam? Yes, I posted a picture of me at the police station.
I mean, typical behavior, taking selfies in front of the police station and post them on social media.
And
by the way, if you guys drive by the police station or go to the police station, I suggest popping a selfie and posting it. You know, why not? It seems to be a trend. The cool kids are doing it.
You deleted that, right?
I'm not on the mailing list.
And before I went to the police station about that, before I did that, because I might not have gone had you not. I didn't go till the afternoon.
No, CK, that's an entire different story all in itself. This was one of the reports she filed on Brittany on the 12th of December. The gas station $5 freak out police station visit was a completely different story. I can imagine people in her town, since she's so well connected, run the other direction when she's coming.
Had you, Brittany, that next morning, after you knew that I heard it on Cluminati's chat, because I sent a super chat saying, can you play that again? Is that about me? So you and or your simps were informed you that Julie is asking about the threats that Craig made.
There you go.
And you deleted it.
Selfie time.
But not before I could download it and copy the transcript. That's why I know you referred to me by name 14 times minimum.
Which this idiot thought that downloading it on YouTube would save it. No, but still, if they remove it, it goes. Which we know she has shouted out Chroma Reels repeatedly for getting her a clean copy and transcripts to go along with this.
In that live stream. And
oh yeah.
But
she sure is.
You knew it was a threat because
aren't they called burrows? She's the burrow idiot. I think that's what New Jersey calls them.
This is the nerve you have. This is the nerve. Talk about who is, you said, I'm the most, talk about vindictive.
Oh,
Brittany, talk about vindictive.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. I forgot to even show you guys that spot. Give me a minute. We'll get through this one, then I'll back it up. Her little letter there, I forgot. You guys need to see that.
The next morning, before 9 a.m., you wrote in Sinner's chat, and you said you did it on purpose so people would know that you contacted the sheriff's department to talk to them about me and say, like, to tell them, to warn them to be prepared for a false report. Welcome, player. Throw your hands in the air. Fiona, if you throw your hands in the air, if you're a true player. By the way, I don't know if any of you watched the Reckoning about P. Diddy with Queen Bee, but Al and I started watching it. We got through the first 2 episodes already, and oh my God. And they show Biggie Smalls, and how sad is that he knew that he was being set up to be killed. I mean, he was having dreams about it. And you said 10 memberships? Fiona, I cannot believe how nice you are. Thank you so much.
All the time.
Emma Swan, Mama Michelle, Susan Hughes, Lisa M, Freedom for You, Salty GI, Olivia Fig Newton-John. Did you just make that up when I was talking about Olivia Newton-John? SJ2494, CJ, this is me, telling the truth 111. Oh my God. That's
should I mention we're not to the cringe moment yet? Yeah, we're not there yet.
So generous of you. That is really so generous of you. And it means a lot. And by the way, Fiona, please stay tuned because we love you, Julie. Keep your head up. Thank you. It's not been easy. And I didn't go live for 2 days, the last 2 days, because I was so upset. I'm still upset about doxing my son, who is autistic, between level 1 and level 2. He has a disability with comorbidities. He has learning disabilities. He's not intellectually disabled like Spencer, but he does have learning disabilities. He also has other comorbidities associated with autism, like seizure disorder. You don't want to upset somebody with seizure disorder unnecessarily.
I hate to tell you, but we got about 6 minutes of this to build to the cringe-tastic moment. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. This is a torture session.
And
it is.
Then Truth was doxxed. Truth's wife was doxxed.
Yeah, sure did.
And then Brittany, so you called before 9 a.m. in the morning. Before 9 a.m., you said, because you were already on Sinner's live stream at 9 a.m., And you said you had already talked to your sheriff's department to warn them about the possibility of me putting in a false report.
Yeah, we saw her freak out about that. We've seen
False report about what, Brittany? The threats that Craig was making?
Mm. You better shape up.
And I believe, please thank Fiona if you got a free membership from her.
Yeah, we're all over.
Her very generous. So, and you said you told them to look at my YouTube channel, and you had them look at my YouTube channel. Okay. I don't know what to believe with you, because honestly, you know, you're such a liar. You lie so much. You lie all the time. It is, I'm not a doctor, but, you know, in my layman's mind.
Hey, Sammy.
I would use the description pathological in the way that you lie. You lie all the time. And you're constantly caught in lies. But whether you called the sheriff's department or not, you said you did. And you said you had them look at my YouTube, and you said, you know, that they think I'm nuts and everything like that, which was an attempt by you, in my opinion, to try to dissuade me, to try to intimidate me into not contacting
a comment in a fucking chat by a known liar. Woo! Intimidation tactics.
My police department about you and Craig.
Oh, it's not broken
about
yet.
The live stream you had done the night before. If nothing,
well, your brain broke 4 minutes too fucking early. Stay with me.
Was threatening. Why would you be worried that I would contact police? If nothing was threatening, why did you delete the live stream immediately? If it wasn't threatening, you would want it up so you could say, look at my page, everybody.
I mean, she dirty deletes all the time. Not shocking. Not at all. In fact, in that same video where Craig threatened Chris Proudfoot, she says, you're going to get my channel taken. I mean, shocking.
Go through it line by line. Listen to it over and over. You'll see. There were no threats.
Oh, she is, Elise.
But you didn't. You deleted it immediately. And by you calling, or at least saying you called your sheriff's department about me to try to intimidate me.
Hey, listen. We've seen her fucking outfit now that looks like BJ's ceiling tile. Okay. She said Julie said that BJ's ceiling looked like shag carpet. Well, Julie's sweatsuit looked like shag carpet. So I guess they're just trying to be like each other more and more. Their ceilings and everything. This ceiling is a drop ceiling. Brittany has the dropsies.
Out of reporting you, just like you try to intimidate people and saying it's against the law to call CPS for various reasons, you know, to try to make people fear calling authorities when they have a fear of something going wrong in your house. I have no fear about that, by the way, Brittany. I never called CPS on you.
Glad to see you.
I'm not a teacher anymore. I'm no longer a mandated reporter.
Thank God. And thank God for small miracles, I guess. I don't.
But you theorized. You and Sinner theorized maybe it was me. And you know, considering you're upset with me for filing a copyright strike on you, it's interesting that you guys would think I would do it when
it's got the design of a curtain with the texture of shag carpet. I mean, that's special.
I have not been hiding anything that I've done. Nothing. Including going to the police station and filling out police reports on both you and Craig, both of you separately. Because I've figured out what you guys have been doing. especially you, Brittany, that you are weaponizing and inciting
Oh, listen to this.
a volatile, unstable
Hey,
person
stop.
with a history of violence and what I believe to be
Now, take in how serious this moment is. Relish in the moment here. This is extremely serious. This man is threatening. Yeah, he's a problem. But she is really putting it on how serious and disturbing this man is. Okay?
perhaps an addiction to alcohol
Perhaps he's an alcoholic. Okay?
and threatens people.
He's not the only alcoholic around these parts. Okay, move on.
That's incitement. It's
Yes,
harassment. And
hopefully I used the term appropriately. Bask in it, relish in this moment. Okay. I really want that fear to set in because you're going to hear where we head in just a moment.
Craig's threats are also illegal. So I put a picture up of me outside the police station.
Oh, right here. Yep. This is
to let you know that despite you trying to discourage me from going to the police station, saying nobody's going to take me seriously, they think I'm great. They've already seen my YouTube page. I sent in a super chat saying, Brittany, if you had them look at my YouTube page and they've been looking at yours, I said, yeah, your sheriff looked at it and they said, wow, she's way hotter than Brittany.
Did your brain just eat itself, Bree? This is the moment when factually your brain probably yeeted itself across the room. So we go from this serious moment of her letting BJ know that she's not fucking around. She went and told the police she took a selfie to prove to Brittany. But this is what the police would have thought.
Go to the police station saying nobody's going to take me seriously. They think I'm great. They've already seen my YouTube page. I sent in a super chat saying, Brittany, if you had them look at my YouTube page and they've been looking at yours, I said, yeah, your sheriff looked at it and they said, wow,
yep,
she's way hotter than Brittany. I filed it on both of you.
Are people like this okay? Are people okay? Are you okay, Julie? Way hotter than BJ. That's what fucking matters. I sent in a super chat. Sure did. You. That's all I can say. You. Who fucking says shit like that and puts it in a super chat so it's noticed? Double you.
But they're just reports. That's all they are. Sorry. They're just reports. That's all they are. They're just documents. In order to have something done, I would have to go take the police report to the court clerk to press charges. But it is on file. So if there's any other acts of intimidation, harassment, incitement, or threats, there will be charges pressed against both of you. Because, in my opinion, you're working together. In fact, you allow him to have access to your mic, although you've had him hidden pretty well the last few days. How long is that going to last? Got the holidays coming up. When you weaponize somebody, you turn them into a weapon, a human weapon that threatens violence. It's like pushing toothpaste out of the tube. You can't put it back in the tube once it's out. You might get a little bit back in, but you're never going to get all the toothpaste back in. So you created the monster now. And you've also weaponized your followers, in my opinion. In addition to what you two did and said on that day, you went on live and said, I'm the most vindictive person. Okay. You also went ahead and deleted, I don't know, how many live streams of yours did you delete in the last? Because all of a sudden it goes on on your page, on your two pages.
Let's back it up so you get context to that little most vindictive person. Here you go.
She's like, well, give me a little bit and I'll cook it for you. And then she pauses again to read a nasty comment from Chronicles of the Shady saying, while she's playing my video, you know, she pauses it and reads the comment from Chronicles of the Shady saying, can we call Adult Protective Services to get her off of YouTube, right? Which I believe was a reference to Lolly threatening to call Protective Services on Al and Spencer, which was based on a malicious lie. And she stated it as fact that he abuses Spencer. Then Butterfly, why don't you ask, I heard Reality got a butterfly vibrator for on her Christmas list. Why don't you, since your name is Butterfly, why don't you ask, I meant to do something else. Why don't you ask Butterfly Reality if you could share that little butterfly vibrator that, you know, she wanted so desperately.
Really?
Sorry. Okay. And
this gets better and better, doesn't it? Just wait. It's not even done yet. We're not done.
You got me distracted, bitch. Hi, Real Brenda.
You got me distracted. Okay. All right.
And she plays this. Hey,
this just came for you.
What is it? What? Regular mail? You had to sign for it?
No, it was, you know, certified.
It was a certified mail.
Looks important.
Al says, looks important.
What? Hold on.
Oh.
Thank you, Al. I got a certified. Oh, Gigi says hi. I think he just went upstairs. What is this? Hold on. Oh my God. It says, you are the recipient of the 2025 YouTube Choice Awards nomination category, Most Vindictive Person on YouTube, nominated by BJ. Look, I got an award nomination for the YouTube Choice Awards. That's what Brittany said, that I was the most vindictive person on YouTube. And look, it's official. It came in the mail. No, oh my God. Thank you, Al, for bringing that to me. Imagine that. Brittany, you said I was the most vindictive. You did say that the other day. I was the most vindictive person on YouTube. Nominated by Brittany. It's interesting that Brittany Yeah, that's a little joke. I set it up with Al before I started my live stream.
Really couldn't tell. Mm.
I said, write on a piece of, that's what I was texting him, write it on a piece of paper, put it in an envelope, and bring it down to me and say, you got this certified mail.
A reminder, though, in all seriousness, she has made 2 police reports claiming that she is afraid of this person and started this journey already. She was so upset. Okay.
Isn't he a good sport? He played along. That's what I was just texting. Congrats. Yes, congratulations. However, unfortunately, it's not true.
Well, I am going to say, I don't think you're necessarily as vindictive as you are dumb. I think you try to fit in by doing dumb shit on behalf of others to be accepted by others. But that's not the first award you've given yourself. You also gave yourself this.
Time is of the essence, sometimes when you're dealing with a bullying situation. Truly, it's impressive how many tears you have. It takes a lot for me to cry. It's impressive. Okay, thank you. I gave myself an award, fake award, in a funny video I did on best, like I said, People's Choice Award, Best Crying Creator, and I had Al pretend that we had a delivery of something for People's Choice Awards, and gave myself an award. I said, look, I won Best Crying Creator.
I also found a clip somewhere. I'll have to go retrieve it about her talking about how disgusting looking Brittany is and how much better looking Julie is than BJ. And it is such a weird moment. Yeah, there's quite a few of those. And that just seems weird. You're 55 comparing yourself to a 38-year-old. That in itself, like, I mean, okay, whatever.
Because if I was the most vindictive person on YouTube, after
those are the moments that you go, well, this really is cringeworthy. And when it comes into comparing your looks to, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. That shit's weird.
Said my husband abuses Spencer and threatened to call protective services if I say her name.
Okay. Drastic switch. Because we're not even into where we are headed tonight. And we are an hour and 45 minutes in. So letting you know now, we are not going to make it through this. This is from 5 months ago, October 10th, 2025. So does anybody recall what the significance of this date might be? October 2nd is when Brittany went and filed. I'll tell you, there won't be a quiz. October 2nd is when Brittany went and filed for the RO on Clue and Cletus. October 6th is when Cletus was served his papers. Not all of them, just one of the pages or whatever, just a couple of the pages. Just Cletus. Then they finally got the rest of the documents, but they had to call and get them and get everything sent over. October 13th was when it was all dismissed out of court. Brittany was late. You know how the story goes. Okay. So this is October 10th. But this live stream right here is titled, I'm going to tell Judge how Cletus hurt my fifis. Okay. All right.
And why? Because I've been having like spinning things. And then
it's a 3-hour live stream. Like I said, we're not going to make it through. And I suggest you have a drink, snacks, something to distract yourself, because when you ask yourself, does this make sense? The answer is going to constantly be no. Nope, it sure as fuck doesn't make sense. And if you get lost, just remember, I'm probably fucking lost and have been all day. That's why I decided to even review this.
Hey, gang.
Just give me 1 second.
This is one of those ones that I didn't really feel had much importance overall to the current situation with where things were with the criminal complaint and the RO. But for timeline purposes, this gives a level of ick and also intent and cringe that I wasn't expecting.
To set up here. I hope you're doing well on this fine Friday morning. I hope
Nicole, and every one of these I've downloaded previously to reviewing them. Because who knows if she'll take them down or whatever, but I know how much she likes to threaten to sue people, so I was prepared.
I'm going to make it through this whole thing because I've been feeling very dizzy, as I've explained. However, hi, Muffins girl. Nice to see you. But I think I will do my best to, whatever. Two things. If I have to like lean back or lay down or something later on, you'll understand why, because I've been having like spinning things. And then also, if my internet, which sometimes plays problems with me, goes out, I always come right back in. It just sometimes takes like 1 minute to reset. I just wanted to let you know. Good morning, Maggie May. Good morning. This is going to be a very interesting live today because, just give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. I am going to review a little bit. Hi, Haley. A little bit later on of the live stream Brittany did yesterday.
You're welcome, Emma. I don't know if most people are thankful for this or feel like I've tortured them for the last 2 weeks. I'm kind of with everybody feeling like this is a torture test, but hell, we're in it together. The RO, we do not know what the status of it is. BJ says it was not accepted. Julie is implying that it has been continued. We don't know.
Today.
Just
a tiny bit of that. But more importantly, I'm going to be doing a mock trial where I play all the roles. I'm going to be playing the judge. I'm going to be playing the attorney for Mr. Cletus. And I'm going to be playing allegedly with Brittany J. Oh, I met my goal already, Mullins girl. Thank you. And kind of fun, in some ways. I always found them interesting. I really didn't participate in one. However, good morning. Good morning. That's very kind of you, Mullins girl. And also, just so you know,
well, fuck, we're gonna do a mock trial of BJ trying to get ROs on Clue and Cletus. Huh. Was this a practice session to see how it would go over and be received by the public before your trial run? Asking for me.
All the net proceeds of each month goes to Granny Watching's legal fund to fight Tony Mathis in Oklahoma. So on behalf of myself and Granny's legal fund, I thank you. And so isn't it appropriate that we should do a little mock trial today to see how this is going to go for allegedly?
That's her internet, not mine. I can't fix it. I'm sorry.
See, I told you already. I apologize. I apologize. It happens with mine. It'll take me a second. So I can't do costume changes. Can you see me now, La Prosecco? Oh, Britt P, welcome, player. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player.
Oh.
I can't do costume changes. So I'm just going to change my voice. When I'm pretending to be Brittany, I will use my Brittany, as you become familiar with it, my Brittany impersonation.
Well, she's got a Brittany voice. Nope, shop. It's not me. She's got shitty internet at this point.
And
be prepared to be confused because she's going to play all the roles in her mock trial, her trial run of sorts.
the lawyer will sound like me and the judge will probably sound like me a little bit, but I'll say, so you'll know who's talking. It's better now. I apologize. My internet sometimes is funky. It takes me a second. I have to go back in and out. I hate when that happens. And I put it on a hotspot. It should be all right, but you never know.
This is supposedly shot previous to the threats, but this is after BJ has already shown that she has no regard for the truth. She will use the courts for frivolous shit. Julie finds this parody worthy of sorts. October 10th again, just in case anybody needs to know.
I was thinking about when I do the review later of Britney's live, I was going.
Oh, and I did speed her up to 1.25. If it gets too fast, let me know. We're not going to keep up anyways.
I wanted to I feel bad that Cluminati and Cletus cannot speak freely at this moment about how they feel and what their thoughts are and what they would possibly want to say to Brittany J. Although I don't know, I'm not in their head. But I thought, later on when I do review Brittany, I'm going to try to summon my inner Cluminati as I review her, to try to think of some of the things that Cluminati might want to say to Brittany, given that she is potentially dragging their asses, I believe, to court next week to face what I believe to be a frivolous, fraudulent.
Well, fuck, these are starch. I can't even talk. Stark words.
I believe to court next week.
Listen,
to face what I believe to be a frivolous, fraudulent allegation.
She is calling what BJ did to Clue and Cletus frivolous, fraudulent.
Based on lies and paranoia.
Which I actually agree. That Brittany wasting our court time and resources, especially a DV advocate, according to Craig, who helped her fill out these papers and lied, tried to make herself a victim of Clue and Cletus. But ironically, I don't see what Julie's doing any fucking different than what BJ did.
And, fake victimhood. So let's get started. Everybody, please hit the like button and consider subscribing if you're not subscribed to the channel. It's free.
This is why we were doing this one after dark, so I could be in a calm space, because there is zero self-awareness and the cringe is out of this world with
subscribe. You don't have to be a member, but please hit the subscribe button and also the like button. All right. So let's pretend it's next week. Let's say it's Monday or Tuesday. It's going to be one of those days. And Brittany J goes to court and she actually shows up in court as opposed to has some kind of medical emergency, which would be really F up of her, considering no matter her condition, all these years, she's managed to go live basically every single day for years. For years, she's managed to go live. Even, half asleep, she goes live. All right. So if she were to fake some medical thing, that would be really messed up to try to then that would require Mr. Cletus and Clue, I'll be calling him Mr. Cletus for this, to have to come back to North Carolina a second time. Brittany can be sure that they are going to be there to face their accuser in person. And Brittany is going to have to face the people she is accusing. That's
Julie was stating that they were going to be there in person. I was glad they didn't go in person.
How things work. All right. You don't get to hide. You don't get to falsely accuse people of crimes and then, hide.
Oh, really? Well, God, that's reminiscent to shit we've been watching.
I have a lot of feelings about why she's doing this. The timing of it after filing cease and desist orders that Clue and Cletus both on
on their respective channels clearly of saying, we are not going to abide by any of these demands, these crazy demands. Give us money, give her this, take down all our videos, don't talk about, like, they're like, no, we're not. We have freedom of speech and we're not going to abide by this. If you want us to stop, you're going to have to sue us in court. But I don't believe Britney has the money to sue. So this could possibly be one of two things, in my opinion. One is Britney using
Belinda, this is so fucking incredibly telling.
the court system, the restraining order system, to get them to stop talking about her. Right? Doing what she doesn't, with a restraining order, what she doesn't have the money to do in a court, right? A cease and desist, if not abided by, right? It's the threat of a lawsuit potentially. I don't think. Okay, that's never happened before where my chat, I was still going, but my chat was disconnected. That's really weird. That's weird. I don't know what that's about.
Oh, she says it all in this one.
So
every bit.
Am I back? Sunset and Lucia. Let me just make sure. All right. Crackerjack, sorry. That's never happened before. I don't know what's going on. I hope it doesn't mess up again, but if it does, I'm going to switch to the other kind of internet. Okay. Sorry. So I don't know if you heard the last part of what I was saying one possibility, she's doing the POs, the protective orders, to possible stop them from talking about her through the use of POs because she doesn't have the money to file a lawsuit against them, to follow through with the C&Ds. The second option is she's using these POs to build her file with her attorney to do a backdoor avenue to YouTube Legal in order to shut down their channel.
Well.
And to make their case a little stronger.
Like I said, this seems to have been a mock run.
They're doing POs, right? That's a couple possibilities that have run through my mind. I don't know if I'm right about these things. All right. So let's imagine, but I wanted to say that, Britney, you are going to have to face them in court and you are going to be subject to questioning about your allegations against Mr. Cletus. Make no mistake. And people will be there to watch. And you're going to have to answer for all that you are accusing him of. So let's pretend how this is going to go. So let's say they get to court.
I'm just curious where everybody was screaming that this shouldn't be talked about until it was over when this was going on. And Julie found it appropriate to do a mock trial before their court date and discuss all of this. Oh, that's right. Never mind. Let me stay in my lane.
And the judge is there. She has no proof Cletus has done anything wrong. So they get to court, and there's Cletus, right? And there's Britney, and there's the judge. And let's say, and of course, Cletus will have an attorney that they've hired to represent them. Hi, Agent 99. And Britney, in my guess, will not have an attorney with her. There's questions whether she'll show up or not. But, if she doesn't, and makes them come back again, I don't think it's going to look good for her, considering she's been able to show up for live streams where she doesn't even stay awake night after night, day after day for years on end. They don't even take vacations or anything. Her so-called job, right? The house is going okay. It's hi, Jay Kells. I have a question for you later, by the way. The house it's right now. I'm like getting this house ready.
That's right. Never say never.
To pack up and be shown now. So it's very stressful, actually, at the moment. Packing. You can imagine what that's like. All right, moving is stressful, so I'm not going to complain about it because I'm happy I'm moving.
Yeah,
but
multiple people went live waiting for Clue to come tell them, and Clue thankfully went on her own and explained.
Back to the case. So Britney shows up. I imagine she's not going to have an attorney with her.
It was bullshit what BJ did. Nobody's in agreement with that. That's why I find it fucking insane that people can't see the similarities. And I think people do. But what Julie is doing is exactly the same as what BJ was doing. Just different people.
Right. And the judge begins. And
at first, let's pretend there's a little confusion, right? And the judge is going to address that. And the judge says, okay, so I'm not clear. We have the accuser, the complainant, the person making the complaint, Brittany Jackson, saying this was supposed to be against two people, Mr. Cletus and Miss Clue.
Fucking bullshit what BJ did. Absolutely straight up bullshit. Same with Julie.
And Miss Cluminati. But I see on the paperwork, there's only one name, only one person was served. So what is the issue here? And Brittany says, oh, Your Honor, I didn't understand that I had to fill it out because they have Cluminati has a channel where her fiance talks. The judge says, okay, I don't understand how this is relevant.
Coco, I agree with you guys. I'm watching your guys' conversation. I agree with everything, and I thank you guys for not using the names either and being kind with how you are even talking about that. I do appreciate you guys very much for how you're handling that conversation. And I agree. The exploitation and the lack of consent is a problem for me also.
You're making a complaint, Miss Jackson, against Mr. Cletus about violations to intimidate you, to threaten you, to stalk you, whatever it is you're complaining about, right?
No,
is that right or not? You know,
oh, you guys are fine. You're being respectful. I don't mind at all. You guys are being incredibly respectful. I get it. I know you guys have not had a spot where you can even have these discussions of how you feel, and overall, I am more than willing to allow that because you guys are handling them adult, and that's with respect. Honesty, but respect. So carry forward.
Is Cluminati served with papers? No? Well, then this is not a case for her today. So she's not involved. That's what the judge will say. So we're not going to be talking about somebody who hasn't been served papers. So she is not to be, any actions or words that Cluminati said is not admissible in this case against Mr. Cletus.
Can I just randomly ask a question too? You don't have to tell me your hair color because of course I don't give a shit. But what is this whole thing of people wanting to be blonde? Why do so many people, Betty fried her fucking hair to the point where she's missing chunks of it. Like, what is the weird thing with wanting to be blonde? It's not all that it's cracked up to be, people. With it usually comes pale fucking skin and you fry. Did you see my fucking shoe tan line today? My members? I mean, look at that fucking chronic shoe tan line. I'm white as fucking an 8x10 piece of fucking legal pad. Not the yellow shit either. I'm white. Like, why does everybody want it? Like, what? Blondes have more fun? No, the fuck we don't. We have just the same shit as everybody. I know. Never say never. Well, you probably missed it. Never say never. She just told us how it was triumph and overcoming because she achieved her blonde straight hair. It's not that random. We just heard her say that. Centuries ago. And they lied. I'm fucking natural blonde. And what? Anyways, random thought all of a sudden, but it fits what we've talked about. This shit what is wrong with these people? Be yourself at 55, at any age. Embrace your hair, your body. Like, this is so weird to me. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm fucking anti-woman. Shut up, Becky. Go back in your lane.
Do you understand that, Miss Jackson? Yes, Your Honor, but you have to understand. And the judge is already pissed. The judge is like,
okay, look, never. You have to go back and listen to the beginning of this one when we're done. Just that first hour and a half, at least. You got to go back and listen because it is cringe-tastic moments. She's prettier. She thought the cops would say that she's prettier than BJ. She gives a whole story about being blonde. Don't forget, she's a fucking gangster, and BJ better not ever sue her in New Jersey because she's gonna, well, fuck, I'll just play that reminder before we hear all this as is. Here you go.
If you're a true player, if you're a player like me, but I'm a player and I'm a gangster. Don't fuck with me, girl. And let me tell you something, Brittany, let this be a warning to you. You better get me, if you're going to sue me or something, you better get me in North Carolina, because don't come to this turf in Jersey, because you ain't going to win here. Nuh-uh, not in my territory. And I bring my same game wherever I go.
Yep, you sure do. That was October 30th. This is October 10th.
Jackson, this is not your turn to make an argument,
Oh,
okay? I just told you. If a person hasn't been served, you don't get to talk about them. Got it? Good. Okay. Miss Jackson is going to go first. And Miss Jackson is going to be able to present her evidence as to, her backup as to why these claims are valid.
Okay, here we go. Mock trial starting. She's going to be split personalities. Oh, wait, that's a daily thing. Okay, carry on. Tell us more.
She's going to say things that about he is inciting people on social media. And there are laws about inciting people on social media to commit crimes and to harass and stalk.
Ronnie, I know.
And
crazy.
I want to be protected from that. Okay. And what else? You have evidence of this, Ms. Jackson? Yes, I do, Your Honor. What evidence do you have? Well, here, I have this piece of paper and I have this clip of.
So this is her BJ impersonation that she's been practicing. Yep. Okay, there's that.
Cletus saying something about flying drones. And I have heard drones flying over my house. Okay.
Oh my gosh. So
do you have any evidence that Mr. Cletus is the one who flew the drone over your house, or the drone that you think you heard? Do you have a picture of the drone that flew over your house, Ms. Jackson, that you could give me? No picture? No.
They probably have chemtrails that they think are drones. Let's be honest here. They lie. They fucking lie. He also hears people tapping on the window and shit, and she sees ghosts. Let's talk about the reality of this.
Video of the drone flying over your house?
We don't.
No, Your Honor. We don't have the money we didn't have the money for cameras that point up. But we heard it. And I have witnesses here today that have also, that my partner, Craig, is here. He heard it. And I even have my children here. Oh, you have your children in court today? You sure you want them? Maybe they should step outside.
Oh,
we talk about these matters, and we'll call them in if they're needed, right? That's not a really good call. Okay. Let's say she doesn't bring the kids to court.
Oh, well, isn't this ironic?
But if they were there, the judge would probably excuse them into the hallway until it be necessary, right? And what else do you got? All right, so far you said that he's incited. What do you mean when you say he's incited? Well, you're
blue sky. I've already been in the negative, so we're just seeing how fast we can hit rock bottom with 0 brain cells, and we're getting very close. I see the word sea caucus and don't even know what you guys are talking about, and probably shouldn't. So I'm going to leave that one alone. There was another comment. Bree, if you're still here, there's your favorite word. Not once, but twice, but multiple times. Enjoy, Bree. Bree hates the word incite.
Honor. People have driven past my house who are their followers. And I can show you, they are, in fact, subscribers to their channel. And there's video of them going past my house. And it was shown on another channel that they're friends with. And the judge, again, is confused. I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
That wasn't even a claim that was made, that they drove by their house. See, she's doing a mock trial of things that actually weren't even claimed. Because there is and has been 0 way that BJ could have claimed that was them driving by.
I'm not following this. You're saying
but
someone drove past your house. And you have video because a channel that doesn't belong to Mr. Cletus showed a video of someone driving past your house. And you have evidence that the driver of that car is a subscriber of Mr. Cletus? No, Your Honor, I have evidence that they're a subscriber of Miss Cluminati. Miss Jackson, I told you sorry, Miss Jackson, I told you that Miss Cluminati is not to be discussed in court. Miss Cluminati was not served papers for this. Today we are talking about Mr. Clue, not Mr. Cletus, right? So do you have evidence that the person who drove past your house is a subscriber of Mr. Cletus's channel, or is has some relationship to Mr. Cletus? Well, you know, he lives in the same house as Clue, and they do live streams together. And okay, again, Miss Jackson, I'm going to have to remind you.
Yep.
Miss Cluminati is not part of this case. So let's say Brittany goes on, and my children are in fear, and they are cowering, and we have suffered.
Oh, well, the irony.
And we have reason to fear. We've had people call CPS on us, and we've had the police come to our house, and we've had false allegations against us. They've called Medicaid and and they get all their subscribers to hate me and incite people to do bad things to me, to harass my family. And Ms. Jackson, are you going to present evidence of Mr. Cletus saying anything about calling CPS or harassing your family or anything like that? Well, I have.
Kind of reminds me of Julie claiming that BJ incited Lolly to call on her.
Evidence of them.
And we all know Lolly does what Lolly wants and is reckless as fuck, all on her own.
Talking about me and saying hateful things. And here it is. Here's video, right? Saying, listen to the language he uses.
Blue Sky. Oddly enough, October 10th, October 2nd is when BJ filed for the ROs against Clue and Cletus, and October 13th is when they were dismissed. This was Julie's mock trial of how this was going to go on the 13th from the 10th of October. Ironic, you think?
Your Honor, he called me a CUNT. See you next Tuesday. Okay.
Oh.
Well, that's terrible.
Well, Craig called you a bitch and a witch, and you thought that was horrific.
He did that. Okay. Now, Mr. Cletus, you have counsel here. Yes, Your Honor. Who's your counsel? My counsel for this matter is the attorney, the comedy attorney, Julie Skolnick.
Good point, huh?
Okay, and I introduce myself to the judge, and I say, Judge, Your Honor, my name is Julie Skolnick, LLC, attorney at law, certified to conduct legal affairs of a comedy nature in the state of North Carolina. I got my...
Not only, yeah, you guys are mentioning, think of all the claims she made against Chris and Katie and all the demands she made of law enforcement and politicians and the letters she wrote and the journalists she was contacting. All, like, think about every bit of it. The irony, like, that is the overall, that should be just the title for this, the entire thing, because...
And isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
Yeah, it sounds like it, Lauren. I don't know. A one-woman mock trial playing multiple characters. Multiple personalities shining.
Bachelor's degree at Satire University. I got my master's degree at Parity College in North Carolina. And I have my law degree, of course, from the University of Comedy Law School.
JC.
Okay, very good.
Fuck.
So I will be representing Mr. Cletus here. And I would like to say, Your Honor, from the start, these allegations are bogus. They are retaliatory. And I would like to be able to have the opportunity to question the complainant about the evidence, the so-called evidence she has now presented, and her motivations behind this complaint. Okay, very good, counselor. That is your right to ask questions of the complainant. Ms. Jackson, you're going to have to be sworn in.
Listen, I don't usually have the capacity to sit through a trial, and I watched that entire thing after the fact, and I was laughing so many times.
Okay.
The
So
attorney
now the
say that shit.
attorney, the comedy attorney, Julie Skolnick, is about to question Miss Jackson. So, Miss Jackson, we're here today to discuss a complaint for a protection order that you.
I just want to know why people didn't scream that Julie could possibly be helping BJ by doing this mock trial and making her realize how ridiculous she was going to sound. Never mind. People probably didn't fucking know because none of us were paying attention to this whack job and her fucking antics.
Tried to get on an emergency basis against Mr. Cletus.
That part irritates me. People keep asking me why now, because the fucking docket just hit, just like any of these other cases.
That's correct.
That's why.
Okay. Where do you live, Miss Jackson?
Drives me nuts.
I live in this county, Scotland County, North Carolina. And do you know where the Mr. Cletus lives? He lives in Tennessee. Oh, okay.
Right.
And you had to get an emergency protective order. That's what you filed, an emergency one.
Fucking no one. No one, never say never. That's why none of us knew that this has gotten so out of hand in what she was doing. That's why it's been such an extensive deep dive, because holy fuck, she's been doing the most.
Where he would not be notified. Why? When did you do that? I did it last Thursday.
Hey, body.
Why did you want him not to be? What was your reason for him not? What was the emergency that happened last Thursday that you had to go to the police station and file this emergency protective order to take away his right to defend himself?
Listen, like, you cannot, Lindsay, because this is a full circle fucking moment right now. This is why the people that are here tonight are very interested, because this is a whole fucking culmination. Julie did a mock trial. I didn't fucking know this, you guys, when I didn't know none of this shit had happened. We were detailing like the fucking actual claims that were made and the shit she had done and said to Clue and Cletus before filing that. Like, I was concerned with the facts. Julie's over here fucking doing mock trials and shit. No wonder why. I wasn't paying attention to a goddamn thing she was doing. I was fucking pissing and moaning because BJ was using our court systems against fucking bullshit. She was saying she was in fear for her physical safety. No, she fucking wasn't. No, she wasn't.
Because you were in imminent danger. What emergency happened Thursday that, or let's say Wednesday even, or even that week? What emergent, life-threatening thing happened?
It's mostly fucking subs that have just gotten out of hand too, Nicole. I mean, I don't know what all the creators, their position on all this. And I can give a few passes. But the irrational thought process of the people supporting this and then calling BJ out is just too much for me at this point. And there's certain subs, mostly Julie's, mods, the people that she mods, the people she shouts out, are still the head of this fuckery. The people she talks to in a lot of these live streams building this up are exactly who are the ones running around now just saying wild shit.
Well, it all became too much. You know, I mean, I had CPS call on me the week before. I had police officers. They called animal control. They're calling the Medicaid office. Who is that? I'm sorry, Miss Judge. I'm sorry. Can you instruct Ms. Jackson that we are talking about my client Cletus and not the internet in general? Or people?
Coco, I fucking left. I left when she would join panels. I can't stand her. Yes, people can bring up, why did I go on panel at Jay's? Because Jay and Clue asked me to. They asked me to. And I was like, fuck it. I'll be tolerant of Julie. It was a fucking Jeopardy game. It was fun. It wasn't because I wanted to be buddies with her. But other times, I leave when she goes on panel. She's a fucking panel killer to me because she's obnoxious. If people don't laugh at her fucking jokes, she gets butt hurt, acts like a 2-year-old. I can't deal with her.
People on the internet? Yes, I will. Okay, so this is the judge saying, Ms. Jackson, when you answer questions to the attorney for Mr.
Fuck yeah,
Cletus,
Nicole.
you have to confine your responses to things directly involving Mr. Cletus and not other people. Nobody else. Just
Right. Never
Mr.
say never.
Cletus. Okay, Your Honor.
And the subs at that point in time really enjoyed that. That was a nice break from the seriousness and the heaviness. It was fun. But she even, like, I was tolerant of the situation because ultimately I don't give a fuck. But when you look back on it, her behavior even then was pompous and fucking weird. And I guess I just tuned her out because I enjoyed the back and forth with Jay and Clue and Cletus. Like, she was okay, but you get a whole different feeling when you see what she was doing around this time, I think. Like, I didn't know, so I had no clue how cringe that actually was.
All right. So again, Ms. Jackson, what happened? What did Mr. Cletus do on Thursday, the day you filed this emergency restraining order? It was denied, but what was the reason it was an emergency? Well, it didn't happen that day. Okay. There was no emergency on Thursday. Did Mr. Cletus say something? No. I don't remember. Okay. Did something happen the previous day, Wednesday, that made you so in fear for your safety and the safety of your family on Wednesday by Mr. Cletus that you went to the police station the following day and filled out this report that he wouldn't even be served? What was the emergency? Well, that day I was told, hearsay, Your Honor. Yes, Ms. Jackson, you can't tell us what, if you have a witness here to say what you were told to speak up for you, you can put it in, you can have somebody testify on your behalf, but, to say what they said to you or they heard, but you can't, you can't say somebody said or you heard something. Chad is.
I find this to be insanely odd. What do you guys think about this so far?
Great. Answers only. All right. I too hope she gets charged for making a false allegation. She's dangerous. I absolutely agree. Hold on, Judge. I have to get my kids some juice. Judge, can I just take a sip of my mellow yellow for a second? I'm getting very upset here. The chat is great. She's dirty. I saw an X. I saw the X in the box, and I hope she gets charged. Yeah. Okay. All right. So
it's strange.
Miss Jackson, wake up. Right?
It's just strange when you go back and look at like the timing of this, her trying to fit in, the fallout with her and Jay that she cries about constantly. Like, all of it is just, holy shit, there's so much going on. And I didn't know a fucking moment of it.
So, all right. Again, Miss Jackson, did anything happen that you can show and tell the court specifically that Mr. Cletus did that put you in imminent, or in your family, in imminent danger anytime that week? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday?
It is, you guys.
Well, he, if I had my witness here, they could testify, but do you have your witness here? No? Well, then they can't help.
Coco, they said in the beginning of this, and this is what I hold on to there, and I can give them grace for not giving a fuck about what this costing BJ money or anything. She did this to them. Like, I can completely understand that. They did say that if Julie, that this was what, not exact words, but Cletus said that if Julie was using the laws in the way that they should be used, then he didn't have a problem with it. However, they didn't know, or he didn't know the outcome. He was just waiting for it to kind of clear. But the subs, like, you can hear who Julie talks to throughout this time, through her chat, and who is absolutely gassing her up. Clue and Cletus are not there. She doesn't hardly ever speak to Clue and Cletus. They weren't, I don't know if they weren't in chats or they didn't know either. Like, she talks to the very people. And yes, there's some overlap with Clue and Cletus's people, but it's very weird because she talks for them and to them, but they're not in chat, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. So I can understand that, but there's times I wonder if they just don't know and weren't watching this and hearing bits and pieces of it, and they just don't give a fuck because it's BJ. Like, I can get that, but the people Julie is talking to in her chat, like supporting this in real time and amping her up as this goes, was not them. Do I think they probably were told bits and pieces going along? Possibly. I don't know, though. I really don't. Well, fuck yeah. That part too, Belinda. Hopefully that makes sense what I'm saying, though. Like, I didn't know any of this. I never talked to them about this ever. I think there was one mention one time, and I was like, well, and it was about the apology. I think I brought it up, and I was like, I can understand why she doesn't want to do that on a fucking panel. Like, I can get that. It was weird to me that Chris was trying to seek a public apology from her too, with a whole group of people. That would have been awkward. I could give her that, but I think that's the only time we had ever discussed her.
Right?
So maybe they might have been way more aware, but that's why I've been so like with Grace on everything, because she's not talking to them. Like, they're very rarely in there. And her reaction the other day to Cletus not saying he loved the crazy Aunt Julie was so strange to me, you guys. They could have known. Abso-fucking-lutely. They could just not fucking care either. But there's the same group of people that are inserted around all of these people. Chroma Reels, Terry Lynn. She names a lot of these people, you guys. All the time. And who they're connected to? They're connected to everybody. That's the problem, is people want to say, oh, they're just connected to Clue and Cletus. No, they're not. They inserted themselves in so many different areas and communities. There is a specific group, and I don't fucking know. All that, when Kramit's reaction was the way it was over this situation. No, Coco, I completely understand. But I figured this was a good time for me to just once again explain. Like, these groups of people that we've watched sit in there, or I have really noticed her shouting out, going back and listening to. Pen. Chroma Reels, all over the place. But that's what I'm saying is, like, listening to Julie, she very much details who's like gassing her up and helping her get stuff. And just their reactions, like Kramit having a reaction and making a fucking song to me. A song about this? Brit P. Look, I don't fucking have a clue who that one is, except for somebody in chats that has been from Jay to Clue. Like, that's it on that one. But she has had such weird, like, she is one that people have been telling me some of the things they've seen her say about me, and it's just fucking wild. I don't know her at all. I've always been kind. Sus of, yeah, but kind. There's a lot of strange fucking behavior, you guys. It is what it is. Yeah, Kramit made a song, Fawn. And like stood by Julie, and it was just the weirdest fucking thing. It's like, what the fuck? It's the weirdest reaction. Like, their entire movement has been odd and strange and off-putting to me. And those creators inserted themselves. Like, I know people are like Clue and Cletus, you know, but this group inserted themselves with multiple different creators. Yeah, and I've always been kind. Y'all, Nana's not drunk. Always been kind. But she said crazy shit about me since this popped off and I started reviewing Julie. Like, just off the wall shit. That's not happening. This came about completely organically when the filing dropped and people started screenshotting it, like looking in real time. Like, this happened organically of why we started reviewing Julie and deep diving. I didn't know any of the shit had gone on or who was helping encourage her and shit like that. I didn't have any intent into going into this and finding what we did. It's problematic as fuck because Julie is a useful idiot, just like BJ was a useful fucking idiot. But for who? Ultimately, for who? It always gets brushed off as creators. These people have been attached to others, especially green team heavy. Terry Lynn, Chroma Reels, they were all a part of that blob photo shit. Like, that's why I think people sometimes get tunnel vision on certain pieces. Everything's on the table for me. I don't fucking know what's going on. This shit's weird to me. What's the purpose? Is it just petty fucking drama? No, Fawn, there's too many. And I'm one person. That's why when people are like, I wish Nonsense would get this or understand that, like, that Rolling Nomad has, it's too bad Nonsense doesn't see the play. I see the play from fucking 1,500 different angles. I don't know what's the ultimate one thing because every one of them seems to be motivated by something different. And there's multiple things at play right here. It's not just one single right here. This group that Julie talks about very openly is problematic in so many pieces. Emailing Brittany, gassing her up, and then fucking running to her. Like, the emails that were released by Chroma Reels, between Chroma Reels and BJ, were fucking weird. We've got to acknowledge that shit. Like, that was fucking weird. And Terry Lynn saying that she's not involved in anything, but she's involved in everything. Who did Julie just say hooked her up with the guys from the mob group? Terry Lynn. We just heard her say that, what was it, 2 days ago, yesterday? I don't know, one of the most recent live streams. It was Terry Lynn that connected her to some other community that she was loving. I don't know the intent or purpose of a lot of this shit going on. I'd be lying to say I did. But when I'm not seeing the play, I see the play. It's coming from 1,500 different directions. I'm one fucking person. There is so many people doing so many things. And some of these people are just opportunists that insert themselves to intentionally cause chaos. Some of these people have been connected more nefariously with people who have wanted and intended on keeping people in court till 2030. When people try to diminish that I'm not seeing, yeah, I do. There's a fucking ton of shit that goes on. And I am concerned that I've told everybody from jump, I don't know the motives or the intent of a lot of these people. Some of it's very self-serving in nature. Some of it's very surface level. Some of it feels more coordinated, calculated. But I don't fucking know. There's just a lot of shit that connects to this that is not just Julie affiliated. Yeah, we're watching it from Julie's perspective and learning exactly what the fuck was going on and who was encouraging this shit. But that connects to such a bigger piece overall. You watch Kramit's reaction, Chroma Reels coming out, fucking all over the place doing content. I mean, there's just a lot of weird shit happening. Can we admit that? You guys see what I'm saying? And there's people that have actually been victimized by Brittany, have been lied on, their lives torn up, cost thousands of dollars. Can you imagine being in the position where you have to rely on a community to help you fund a lawsuit that shouldn't exist to begin with, and then being diminished and mocked and ridiculed daily because this bitch lied on you in court, and you are in the position where you have to rely on strangers to make sure that you don't get hemmed up in something legally? Like, that's a fucking shitty position. And BJ did that to Jess and Barbecue. Willful disregard. But there are actual people, and there's nine other plaintiffs besides BJ who all have their opportunist selves mixed in this. Then there's another court case from Tony. And BJ followed suit with C&D's and then was fucking trying to hem Granny up on other shit while she's currently in litigation. There are so many different pieces to all of this and the people who have inserted themselves and done shit. But I want justice for the people who have actually been done wrong. And Julie's just not one of them at all. And there's so much chaos and fuckery for what? And every bit of this, whether people want to admit or not, started off of a child going missing. What? Well, casual art, I've pretty much been told that. That's why I like the isolation thing. I'm good with. I'm totally good with it. I'm completely good with it. You guys are seeing what I'm seeing. There are so many more positions here off of this fuckery and stupid shit. And it's really impacting certain people's lives. But the fucking constant distractions and bullshit and intentional shit, like this isn't just about Julie. It's about misusing our courts. It's about all of this shit. And every bit of it overlapped because a child went missing. That's not being fucking emotionally attaching or whatever. This is factually what happened. These people combined and overlapped because a child went missing, and so many people wanted to have the ability and the right to come out here and smear parents either side. You can take it either side. When there's no fucking evidence of that on either side, nobody knows where Sebastian is. But that's why this became such a fucking clusterfuck to begin with. And it's happening in every one of these trending cases. The lawsuits and the fights and shit. And it's usually stemming around a tragedy, not their own, that they become the victims of and build a career off of being a victim that attaches to a case they once tried to cover. It's becoming a trend, and it's really scary. Oh, who said that? Who said that? Casual art. I know that people defended it. Do you remember who said that? I'm not shocked. I'm not even shocked, because the same thing that's happened here, and I think that's where it's problematic too. Some can see that the gray area, yeah, they're hypocrites. They didn't stand against this when BJ did this to Clue and Cletus. Let's just be honest. They fucking cheered it on. They were like trying to make excuses for her taking them to court. They did the same with Tony. They made live streams like detailing the points he probably had. Like, the base of all of this was so fucked up and skewed from jump. Tony Mathis got on this internet and told everybody he was America's most hated man, and then tried to pin things on Jess. They didn't stand against that shit. They tried to make excuses for that shit over hate bonding. It's the same exact thing that's happening, but in this direction. No shit. Really? Now that's fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. That's such hypocritical bullshit. This is why I can't with those people at all. I can't fucking understand that shit either. They've made excuses. And I think that goes back to, if you, from what I understand, that's where a lot of the bullshit started, was that kind of that overlapping initial group. I could be wrong, but I think they had issues with Jess years ago too. That's kind of built. But some of these people, the same thing. I didn't do shit to these people. A lot of them. Not fucking thing. I just put up a boundary and walked away. And the stories and the lies that they have told and the reasons they've justified their hate to me, I've never done shit to them. BJ's a fucking liar and misuses our court. The truth is on Jess's side. This bullshit has been what it is. So they're hypocritical bitches. They're standing against what Julie is doing now. But it's not because they give a fuck. It's because it's hate bonding. Alex Erickson. That's what saying, Coco, I think that's been a long-standing history between the groups. And I can't speak on like the details of it because I wasn't around. I've heard different stories, but I know these girls have receipts, and it's bullshit. It's fucking it. The girl code thing. That's the one thing I stop right there. The fucking mention of anybody fighting over a dude, an internet stranger at the end of the day, like, and being girl code. That's where I roll the eyes in the back of my head and just, yeah, sorry. The fetch, BJ says, the mean girls, like, that's a level of immaturity I'm not interested in.
Okay. So you're talking about, when did CPS come to your house? They came a couple weeks ago to my house.
Oh, casual art. I agree. I fucking agree on that shit. Nah. What's happened to Granny is not okay. Like, nobody, it's bullshit to say it is. Granny didn't ask for this or do anything different than the other ones. And here's the thing that I go back to. They try to justify this shit that happened to Granny. You know who fucking ran to hide their content about At Night and all those guys as soon as Granny got served? Joneson. A lot of those bitches sat on panels and agreed with this shit and were partaking in it. Did content. But as soon as Jess gets served, they ran and hid their content. Joneson did. Straight up. She doesn't stand for shit. And it's been clear, like, all along. I'm sorry. This is why I just don't entertain that group of people. Yeah, I'm better than them. You're damn right I am. I'm consistent. They fucking hate Bond. That's what drives them. We're interested in the truth. They're interested in who's popular that week. No, you're good, casual art. I didn't know any of that fucking shit happened. Thank you. My girls have been home with spring break, so I've been very selective, and I have not caught up on shit. So I appreciate you telling me because I didn't fucking know. But they've made excuses for a lot of the fucking lies, and it's emboldened Brittany to get to this point. Sorry, it is what it is. A lot of people have made a lot of excuses for Brittany's behavior over the years, and she's gotten away with a lot to where she thought she could sign this injunction against Jess and people would condone it. They banked on the hate of Jess. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Yeah, sorry, I could go off about that shit because that shit pisses me off. Yeah, that's bullshit.
And they brought,
I can't even imagine if they were done this way. In fact, weren't they? I think some of them were involved in court stuff with Lana. I don't know. I don't think Allie was, but I think MJ was. In fact, I know she was. I don't know about how many of the rest of that group, but I know some of them have had this fucking legal shit done to them by Lana. They didn't like it then. Like, come on, people.
police to my house.
See what this is. Take your fucking hate of people out of it and just look at this across the board. It's fucked up.
And they called this, and people have been called. And stop, Your Honor. She keeps saying people. We are not talking about people. We're talking about Mr. Cletus, Miss Jackson. Do you have evidence that Cletus called CPS with false allegations against you? No. Do you have evidence that Mr. Cletus instructed people on the internet with himself to call CPS or the police or Medicaid or animal control or what else? I don't know, whatever. Do you have evidence that he has instructed people to do that? Well, not directly, but he says things about me as a mother, and he says terrible things that are lies about me as a parent. Okay, so he has an opinion about you as a mother, right? You realize it's not against the law to have an opinion of a person's parenting, right? It's called an opinion. Do you have evidence of his opinions? Well, I did not bring that to court, but there are many examples. If the judge would just go to YouTube, go to CluminatiCrew.com and look up 2 weeks ago.
And let me be clear, because I already know these words of mine will be twisted. I don't give a fuck. I'm not entertained. That's a constant. I won't be shocked. It's been happening for a long fucking time with those people. They're not the only ones that embolden Britney's behavior, but the fucking twists and turns. What she did to Jess and what a reach she had to make to justify putting Jess in this injunction or signing this injunction is unforgivable. Period, point blank, end of story. It's fucked up. Barbecue also. These people aren't consistent on shit. They don't stand for shit. I hate to say it. Hate bonding is what drives them. That's just the way it is. Just like Sinner. He sat by while Britney lied for a fucking year. He knew she was lying. They knew she was lying. But they hated people that were calling her out for some reason, because strangers on the internet and hating them. They sat by and watched him lie, and they helped lie on her behalf for a fucking year. This is what drives this beast out here. It's wild. It's weird. And it's becoming a thing. And there are real tragedies at the base of all of this that this shit stems off of. It's fucking a mind fuck.
She would see and just go to like an hour and a half into it, and the judge is like, no.
That makes me really mad, Casual Art. I don't get it. I just don't get how people can do that fucking gymnastics to that point.
Jackson, that's not how things work. You bring your evidence or you don't bring your evidence, you know? Well, let's just say for giggles, what did he say on that day?
They were building her. Oh my God. Sorry. I'm so distracted with this conversation. Building her up while she in real time lied in their face the day before and said that she never even had the documents of Tony's case. Did they not hear that? I mean, what's there to build up? What's there to build up? Joneson was when I started and learned who BJ was, Joneson was on panels with others calling BJ out for her bullshit. She's played this back and forth, condone. We watch this happen all the time with that area. That's why I say they stand for nothing. They take a position based on who they hate. Queen Bee, calling BJ out. Clue, calling BJ out. Me, BJ. Just BJ. They don't like us. It's fucking wild. The hate bonding shit. And the people that are willing to, it is what it is. Like, the truth is the truth, no matter where it lands. The truth has been on Jess's side. That's why I can see all of this for what it is. The truth landed there. I didn't know Jess. I went looking because the allegations were wild to me and we found out what happened. Same thing we're doing with Julie. I didn't like Julie from jump because of her lies against parents of a missing kid. Same way I started reviewing BJ. It's the exact same situation, just in reverse.
2 weeks ago, he said,
I've consistently stood against this shit. Well, people like that justify their wish-washiness over who's their buddy at the time.
CUNT, and I am a shit mother. And he said, and did he say, and people therefore should call CPS on you? Not directly. Yep. No. So the answer is no, he didn't. You have no evidence. Do you have any evidence that he actually instructed anybody to call the police, to call CPS, to call any?
Sorry, I'm ranting, but that shit pisses me off. That pisses me off. Yeah, I don't really know shit about her body. She did some content I really liked. But then she's done some things that are just extremely fucking weird to think she'd take part in, like mocking therapy and doing parody and shit of therapy, me in particular. I mean, it is what it is. Never even had a conversation with her, but go on. She's friends with people I'm not.
Agency. Do you have any evidence that he himself made a call to your local police? No.
Yeah, it's weird. And it's just because of our opinions on these different, like, that's the thing for me. I don't do that type of shit. I'm not entertained by that type of shit at all. I use their own words. This is what I do. I consistently do the same thing. But yeah, they've done some really weird shit justifying some odd, like just some weird shit. Yeah, that I can't wrap my head around. Like I never once claimed that I was going to therapy because of Brittany. Did I mention to my therapist what I do for a hobby? Hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Has Mr.
Get
Cletus
weird.
ever called your phone? No. Has Mr. Cletus ever texted your phone?
Speaking of her really quick, Dietz has one of the best JLR deep dives I've ever seen. Yeah, I didn't see it. I'm going to have to catch up on it. I didn't see it. I didn't know any of that happened, and I didn't watch them last night. And now I feel bad because we watched a portion of that video yesterday because Jen Lou is fucking hysterical. I'm sorry. I hope she wasn't involved. Ugh. The imitation of reality is fucking amazing. But I was just watching that last night, and I dropped the link to that channel. And then they did that last night. That fucking, here we go again. I swear they take the opportunity sometimes too. God. This place is a fucking cesspool at times.
Well, sometimes I get these ones from numbers I don't even know, and they very well could be him. But you don't know that they're him, right? Do you have any evidence that they are him? No. So he hasn't called you.
Yeah, Body, she used to do debunking of cases and misinformation and stuff. I think she's pretty much stepped away from any of that. She pretty much does the same thing as Jones, and she watches all of us who address Brittany. So by proxy, she's still addressing Brittany, but she tries to do it by using one of us. It's the chicken shit way around things. It's like BJ using Jones in her Sinners video. It's the same exact thing, but that's what they kind of do now. They critique all of us and sit us at the same picnic table and make us all have the same opinions, and we're all ignorant and we don't see. Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird.
He hasn't texted you. You have no evidence of this. Has Mr. Cletus sent you an email? And can you show it to us?
Yeah, it's just weird.
No. But
I'm not saying I'm above it because I've addressed them a few times here and there. Like, that shit's old. I parted ways with some of that group 2.5 years ago. Like, let it fucking go. But they still, like, they watch me now more than they did when they were around here. It's fucking weird. They twist shit all the time. Like, and I'm addressing BJ, not even them, but because of their weird fucking third-party workaround to stand for something, they have to try, like, and it was so evident the other night, just from what I've heard people play already. He undid, like, Jones and the spouse showed exactly who they are. They're just like BJ and Craig. She says to him, "You undid everything that I've worked for." To put off a persona of something you're not, yeah, sure. I mean, your husband came in and showed us exactly who you are. It is what it is. Hey, Bex. Thank you, Casual Art, for letting me know that happened, because I would have felt like an idiot not addressing that. I had no idea. I didn't watch shit on YouTube today like that, so. No, don't be apologetic because I didn't know. Nobody told me about that. I've been really detached. My girls are on spring break. I feel comfortable saying that because whatever. But they've been teens, though, running rampant. I've been so fucking busy. So I've been detached and intentionally detached too. Because I've been watching this shit to figure out what the fuck we missed with Julie. So I'm glad you guys tell me what's going on. I would have never known, and that's fucked up.
He comes into my chats and he tries to, he's come into my chats before, and when I'm on YouTube, and he's tried to,
really quick, sorry, I'm tuning Julie out at this point because this is just so fucking hypocritical. It's unfucking real when you realize she did this. Like, this is such a fucking shitstorm that she even did this mock trial. And now think about the claims that she is making. When you really put this all together, it is like, what the fuck are these people doing and why? What's the fucking point? Do any of you scratch your head at the end of the day and say, ultimately, what is this all for? Why? Is this just the new way of making content? Like, is this what's going to happen off these cases? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, I don't watch Misfit at all, but I hear she talks to me quite often and like addresses me directly like I do watch. And then when I don't respond or I'm talking about something else, she tries to make it about her. Like, it's really weird. And I've heard enough to know that that happens. She thinks everything's about her when everybody that is around here knows that I don't even fucking engage with them. She's like Julie trying to make her.
Harass me in my chat. He himself, Cletus, did. Yes, he did. When?
Yeah.
It was last month. Okay. And I can prove it. Okay.
Well, sometimes I'm really bad about it, but this has been really important to me to understand what you guys are seeing because I do miss so much of this, right? So you guys are kind of my pulse and my gauge on what goes on around here that I've missed. There is just no humanly possible way for me to keep up with all of this. It's not possible. I say that all the time and people are like, yeah, right, you fucking know. No, I don't. I do such heavy layouts. I have to pre-watch most of this. And I tell you guys when I don't. Like, we're going in blind. Or I watch it at 2 to 3 times a week. It is hard. You have to pre-lay this shit out the way I do. That takes up enough time on top of my real life shit. I don't have time to engage in all of that other shit. So engaging with you guys, the chat right now through all of this has been really important because I do miss a lot of shit. A lot, like that Rolling Nomad channel. Somebody else had brought it up to me previously, and I didn't even connect that until tonight or earlier today when I was sent this video from them, and I was like, oh, wait, that's that channel again. I don't fucking know, but they had that Julie video. It's weird. And then you look, and they've got a bunch of posts, like, addressing me. Okay, weird. Acting like I don't see the play here. Oh, there's a million different plays going on. Which one are you not catching up with? There's just a lot of fucking shit happening. Thank God for you guys. I kind of know a little bit and where to avoid.
So tell us about these chats that you have on the internet where you say Mr. Cletus harassed you. Well, I have a YouTube channel and I discuss in true crime and I'm minding my own business. Okay, is this a private channel, like a members only channel where you have to pay a fee to chat? Well, sometimes when Mr. Cletus came in to your channel,
you have to. If you do shit like I do, you have to. And they know that. That's the thing that frustrates me, Nicole. It frustrates me because the people that did, there's like 5 or 10 of them that I kind of recognize, 5 that I kind of know, and like 3 that I ever even had communication with out of that group. But those 3 know that I go MIA when I'm laying out content. Anybody close to me knows that I go MIA and silent and disappear into rabbit holes like this because I do put time and energy into laying this shit out. So I do not have a pulse on what's going around. And they fucking know that. But then they fucking freak out that I'm not addressing XYZ. Those are my fucking battles. Like the shit with Truth and Jonesin, people are pissed that I won't address it. Bitch, that hasn't been anything to do with me all the fucking long. They've been going back and forth for like a fucking year, man. I'm not interested now. They've been doing that for a long time. I'm disappointed to hear how far it's escalated. But I'm going to give time and energy to content I'm doing. And Jones can fucking... People don't need to fight these people's battles. I fight my own. When people come for my head, like they have been the last 2 weeks, just because we're seeking out the truth. And yeah, the chat, Julie's people have been fucking foul. Like, there's been some wild stories about myself that I'm just like, wow, I've dealt with some wild people and it hasn't even gotten this fucking crazy yet. People are wild. But you can't keep up with all that shit. You just can't. And you also protect your peace. Fuck that shit. I'm going to go watch pimple popping, cake decorating, anything before that. Those are just LawCow's. I'm interested in the LawCow's who are wasting our justice system, taking time and money away from actual victims. The fucked up shit that they've been doing to parents and tragedy victims. That's what I'm interested in. The truth. And all the different fucking, there's so many different people. Body said it, and I'm so glad I caught it. A few weeks back, Body said in a chat, Brittany is a distraction. And I was like, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Yeah, she is. Think about all the little fucking things that have popped off. Sideways shit. Just straight up distraction. Julia's too. But for what? They're just opportunists. But are they the vehicles for more? I don't know.
Was he coming in on one of those? I don't remember. Okay, so you don't remember if he came in on a members only chat, right? YouTube is a public platform.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend anybody. I don't demand that type of shit. There's a couple channels that will fire in. That's why I was like, when Hartley clipped me, I was so appreciative because that doesn't usually happen. Revival clip shit when people lie about me. Revival's really good. Lauren does. Like, my people absolutely pay attention and defend me, for sure. But I'm not used to other creators like laying my own words against somebody else's words like Hartley did. Like, I appreciated that shit. That people are like, nah, we watch that happen in real time. I don't know how to deal with that, though, because I'm not used to anybody else. And she wasn't fighting my battles. She was just saying, here's what was said and what was going on. That was it. She wasn't fighting my battles, but I'm not used to that. So I was like, oh my gosh. And I felt bad because Julie's people instantly went in there and started gaslighting. I use their words, whatever it is. And a lot of that shit, I just fucking ignore. The amount of content I could fucking do, I could entertain the gray area. Oh my God, I could be on here all fucking day long and going after one of them because they all talk shit. Even with this, they agree with me that Julie is fucking frivolous. They don't see the bigger picture that they condoned and tried to justify shit that was done to Granny by Tony or the ROs or, they tried to find gray area in those places, right? That doesn't exist. So I have a hard time even fucking validating anything that they say because they don't stand for shit. But I could be doing content nonstop. They bitch and moan about the hours I do content. That's the other fucking funny thing for me. Let me get on my soapbox really quick before I stand down. The fact that these other people fucking bitch about the time I put into my content. Listen, nobody's forcing anybody to watch it. Nope, sure isn't. This flows when you pre-lay out and understand how the story tells itself and you just let the people talk for themselves. When you put time and effort into a flow, it just works. And we're interested in it. I'm interested in it. I enjoy going through this with you guys because we're finding things that none of us knew existed. You are so beneficial and helpful to the conversation and putting this together and getting me to see things that I don't recognize because I haven't been paying attention. But nobody's forcing them to watch. But it's so funny to me because they want so much attention. They always are talking shit all day. There's somebody saying something about me. And I don't give a fuck. Talk. That's fine. I'm not here to please them. I'm here to shake things up. This shit's bullshit. I'm not going to agree with it. Period. If that makes you think I'm above you? Yeah, bitch, I'm above you because I actually stand for something. Julie calling me a liberal hack the other day cracked me the fuck up. Because it just goes to show that Julie's just following the crowd and is just spewing shit out of her fucking mouth. Doesn't even know what she's talking about at this point. I mean, just to like try to diminish it to like stupid insults like that. Like, who gives a fuck at the end of the day? We're listening to your words. Like, that shit's so tired and old. We've been through that with Brittany. That shit's fucking tired. Give some substance here, people. But I could fucking go do all sorts of content on all these people and I'm not entertained by them. I'll let these people talk for themselves. But they bitch and moan like, oh my God, she's put so many hours. Yeah, I have great time management skills and I don't sleep very much. Okay, cool. Move along. Nobody's forcing you to watch it. We're interested.
You agree with that, Miss Jackson? Well, parts of it are, okay. And parts of it are public. And you live stream on the public part of YouTube, correct? Yes. Do you try to get subscribers? Do you try to, promote your channel in any way? I guess. Do you say, share out my live streams? Do you say, it would really help the algorithm? Anything like that? You ever said it'll help the algorithm if you hit the like button? What do you mean when you say it'll help the algorithm? Do you mean that you want more people, including, and it's not just people you know, strangers, perfect strangers can subscribe to your channel, correct? Yes. Do you do anything to protect yourself from perfect strangers? You know, like on Facebook, you can have a setting where only people you know, and you have to approve the people who can follow you. Do you have any kind of setting like that? No. You have how many?
This is so fucking weird. This whole situation, all of this shit's so fucking weird. The last 2 years, I was thinking about that today. The last 2 years since Sebastian went missing and all these people started covering his case, and the different stories that have been told about the parents on both sides, and the overall, like, how the fuck have we gotten here in these cases? When you really sit back and think 2 years ago was when this really, like, March of 24 was when this became just an ultimate circus. It was early on, but that really, and you look at all the people like T-Rev, Crime Time Buzz, like there's so many different layers and players overall in the big picture of this, and the connections and the different pieces. Holy shit.
Subscribers to your channel, Miss
It's
Jackson?
so much.
Well, I did have 19,000, but now I'm down to 18,000 something because of.
We don't know, Mama. We don't know. We have no idea what's going on with the RO hearing. BJ said it did not get accepted, and Julie is putting off the perception that it got continued, and that the temporary and other creators are saying, I guess, that the temporary is still in play. So if the temporary is still in play, it had to have been continued. I have no idea. The only thing we know is that the police, the FOIAs for the police came back and they asked for an additional week before releasing them till the 25th. We don't know why. People have a lot of assumptions and thoughts. And there's a lot of issues around this particular person and her past with like TikTok. There's a lot of things that are coming up that a lot of us didn't know about with Julie and her associates.
Mr. Cletus and Miss Clue and all their hatred and them conspiring against me. Okay.
Julie seems like a useful idiot.
And they make people hate
You're
me.
welcome, Mama.
And that's why people are doing all these bad things. I see. So you're saying that Mr. Cletus somehow makes people hate you. And then when they hate you, they do these bad things to you, right?
Body, that is truthfully one of the things that I know at the end of the day. The FBI is involved. The Secret Service was involved. Like Sumner County, yes, does corruption happen? But you know what's really frustrating, Body, I think for me in the big scheme of this? So my friend Duchess follows the Scott Spivey case out of South Carolina. Oh my gosh. Why did I just have a brain fart between North Carolina and South Carolina? Anyways, in the Carolinas, it was a case of road rage. And I don't know if you know anything about that case. They have police. So this is where my brain has a hard time with these people in these cases. So Duchess has been doing great content breaking back the Scott Spivey case. These men followed him for miles, called 911, unloaded on him. The whole situation, like from the body cam footage, the witnesses, everything is really strange. It's the entire story is weird. But when the officers arrive on scene, one of them writes on a piece of paper to either look or act. It's either look or act, I'm not sure, like a victim. He writes it down. It's seen on his body cam footage that he writes this letter, walks over to the guy, Weldon Boyd, and shows him it as he's sitting on the tailgate. They've got that on body cam footage. It's fucking insane. And then not only do they have that on body camera, they have the guy who is claiming self-defense road rage, Weldon Boyd. They have him talking to a law enforcement official and saying that he enjoyed how that felt. Those aren't exact words, but the quote is even worse. But he's telling his police officer buddy on a recorded call that he enjoyed shooting Scott Spivey. It's an absolute mind fuck. They finally have taken it back. Like the sister has been advocating. People aren't interested in that. Like that is a true case of fucking insane corruption to me. Insane. Needs voices, needs people to be pissed off. Like, it is a true travesty of our justice system. And they're fighting tooth and nail for that family to even be heard. People aren't interested in that shit. Where there's actual corruption, they want to focus over here where they want to, like Betty and those guys. That's their entire motive, is to say that the police are corrupt. Sumner County is corrupt. There's obviously no evidence. The FBI has been overseeing this for so long. And they want to create corruption, but they don't want to talk about actual corruption cases. Oh, Body, it is absolutely, Duchess has done great footage, great coverage of it. I've never been able to get into a case like this. She just detailed one of the trials. Amazing work. But it has been such a case of corruption and right in your face. And they don't want to cover that shit. They want to create corruption where there likely isn't any. But they don't want to talk about an actual in-your-face case. It's wild. Right, Body. That's exactly right. Because it goes back to a lot of these characters like JLR. I keep thinking about it. His sole intent and purpose with what he has done, I don't think he's ever changed. He's just perfected his craft and masked it as a humanitarian issue, that he cares about victims. And he's doing the exact same thing as political agitators, politicians, our government, profiting off of victims' pain. They've just found a way of using that playbook at a lower level. JLR has not changed. He's a creep. He's just mastered his skill, in my opinion. While he's out here victimizing other people, he's profiting off of actual victims' pain and suffering. They found a way to profit off of others' pain. They all, like that group, and I'm not trying to get political, but that group all started out. Every one of them is proud to claim that they were political agitators. They know how to rage bait people. They figured out how to do it. I know people cringe when I talk about that shit, but it's really the truth. It is absolutely, think about how some of the recent cases, Lake and Riley's family, how the government tried to attach to their family's tragedy. They wanted to use her as propaganda. The Epstein victims, people have been fighting to keep the victims' stories silenced in support of a fucking wealthy white man. Mostly. Most of these guys are wealthy white men. They don't give a fuck about victims. Let's be honest here. Sorry. I can't take these people seriously. And it's right in our fucking faces. Around and around and around and around. These people just figured out how to downscale it on social media. They saw the faults and the errors and the holes in the mainstream media. Because it is absolutely biased. And they created their entire genre of normalizing exploiting victims and their families. It's fucking wild when you really sit back and look at it. That's why Julie made the slight at me of being a liberal. I didn't bring politics into it with Julie ever, not once. Have I ever talked about that? She did. Pay attention, people. It's right in your faces. I don't have to tell you. They tell you. BJ, all of them.
They intimidate you, they harass your family and so forth.
If they don't hide behind religion, they hide behind politics. It's fucking wild.
Okay. If, let's just say, for example, that Mr. Cletus,
and this isn't a party thing. Hear me loud and clear. To my conservative friends, because my conservative friends don't stand for any of this shit. Let's be very clear. This isn't a conservative versus Democrat thing. This is a humanity versus insanity. These people are fucking insane and they're all amongst us. They're doing a disservice to all of us. From the high ups all the way down to these people. They're taking actual time and resources away from people that care while exploiting these tragedies, telling us they care, but they don't. They don't give a fuck. They're all self-serving fucking opportunists.
was no longer allowed to be on YouTube or to speak about you again, that this protective order goes through.
Abso-fucking-lutely, Casual Art.
Would there still be people on YouTube who hate you? if Mr. Cletus can't talk about you? Well, maybe a couple. What do you think that she should say to that? Would there be? My fake lawyer cost
You thought this was fucking just great, parody worthy.
me $8,000. He's
Another one of those brain scratch moments where you're like, oh, so concerning, right? When it was done to other people, you're in fear for your fucking life. But shit, this was a mock trial for you.
right behind me with a case of beer and a new Apple Watch. Right, exactly.
It's the devil.
I mean, hash
Devil.
browns. They're driving by my house. Who, Beach?
It's a spiritual warfare. How many people have we heard call this a war? Think about that for a minute. Think about the people that we have heard use the term war over their chosen social media fights. This is how these people see this shit in their brain. That's a really scary thought when you think about it.
It wasn't Cletus and Clue. Right. Good morning. I'd also like you to stop all of his friends from talking about me too. Third party.
Yep.
Right. But what I'm asking you, Miss Jackson, is if Cletus, if you are successful in banning Cletus from coming anywhere near you, even though he's never come near you, right? We have established
Look at her arguments.
that, right? I'm sorry, we didn't establish that. I need to go back. Has Mr. Cletus ever been to your house? Have you ever seen him at your house?
Look at
Have
her.
you ever witnessed him driving past your house? Do you know what kind of car Mr. Cletus drives? Do you know that he's
Those same exact things could be said in arguments against her. Oh, Cherry. Sherry, probably. I don't mind people talking about that stuff if they want to share that kind of shit. I just found some of the statements throughout that very ironic. I mean, I don't care about a car accident, whatever, no big deal. But the statements inlaid in that are very interesting.
been in the state of North Carolina anytime in the last
Yeah, true.
month or so that you say you've been in imminent danger? They might have. I think she's from North Carolina. Who's she? We're talking about Mr. Cletus. He's a he. That's his pronoun, he. There's no she pronoun.
I mean, what the fuck is this shit? Do you guys get this? That's not even going to happen. That's not, what the fuck is going on here? Tell me this is not fucking cringe. Come on. Who actually supports this shit? Come on. Really?
Who's being served this protective order? So you have no evidence he came to your state. You have no evidence that he texted you. You have
Oh, one other thing. Well, I'll back that up because that's really interesting. But one other thing I want to add to that overall conversation, and Casual Art, thank you for mentioning, because when you guys do bring something up and we do kind of derail and have open conversations, I feel like this is why we're here. This is why we're standing against this shit, because overall it's so much more than what people want to see. There is so much fucking going on here. Think about Nick when he came in, when the E's, many of you watched that with me. Maybe we should revisit that. When the E's had Lesniak on panel and the E's did the stream detailing who Nick was. They told everybody, but people hate Chris and Katie. Parents of a missing child that we truly don't know anything about at the end of the day. We really don't. There's no evidence from law enforcement. But because of that hate that these people are, the worst of the worst, because of public perception that was garnered against them, they rode that hate to normalize people at night, Dog the Bounty Hunter, instead of people questioning, what the fuck? Why would Dog the Bounty Hunter be involved in this case? He hunts fugitives. They completely overrode even asking rational questions with their hate of Chris and Katie. Dog the Bounty Hunter became this fucking celebrity of sorts to these people. Oh my God, Dog the Bounty Hunter, in my opinion, is a hack. That's your definition of a hack. Who is so immersed in this Christian nationalist movement and his book sales and his connections politically and wanting to be the border czar. There's so many things about these people that overall just are why would you be cheering on this person being involved in a missing child's case? What are we doing here? The way he exploited Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, is a huge issue. And then because of the hate of Chris and Katie, because of the public smear campaign, people didn't even ask questions. The E's did a full segment on Nick, told everybody, like, look, basically you need a fixer. That's your man. If you're involved in a scandal, here's your fixer. And then we find out about Lesniak's little pamphlet that he wrote. These people have been concerning. And the fact that we still have people today trying to justify that these people signed into an injunction against Barbecue and Granny, who are in the state with these people who have, one of them has done shit to his neighbor, set up journalists, like people that are just not ones you want in your area. They've used their hate to justify what's been done to them by this group who's in their neighborhoods. Think about that. They use the same thing, that emotional, fucking irrational lack of care about the truth. It's concerning. And this is becoming a trending fucking thing, you guys. It's not just in this case. People know Karen Reed's name, but often can't tell you who John O'Keefe is. Think about those things. Think about Chris Watts. People know Chris Watts' name. A lot of people forget about Shanann. So many of these cases, people know Brian Koberger, but often stutter when it comes to remembering the 4 victims of Idaho 4. This is becoming trending. JLR and friends. The media, yeah. Are there questions about Nancy Guthrie? Absolutely. Do I think there's some wild things? Yeah, I have complete tinfoil hat theories. Wild, probably. But I do. Absolutely do in that case. That's why I keep them to myself. But people on social media found an opportunity to blame the family, and law enforcement has came out and cleared them and said, basically, leave them alone. They have no proof. They still, wild theories. 15,000 people in JLR streams running with wild shit. That doesn't even make sense. Just irrational fucking shit about the family. JLR is actually very beneficial to certain groups. It's kind of interesting when you look at the big picture.
In banning Cletus.
And don't get me started on tenant media, because this is so much deeper than people want to admit. And this is why I don't avoid politics and religion, because you have to be able to identify the use of the politics and the religious manipulation to really see. No, I don't. I don't shut up. I talk all the time. This shit's so interesting to me, though.
From coming anywhere near you, even though he's never come near you, right? We have established that, right? I'm sorry, we didn't establish that. I need to go back. Has Mr. Cletus ever been to your house? Have you ever seen him on your...
Kyle just saw that comment of, oh my God, does she ever shut up? And he started giggling. It is. This is why it's so fun to talk to you guys about this shit, because Kyle usually hears these ramblings. Kyle gets the whole political religion aspect. No, I'm going to talk again because it's just fun to actually be able to like lay out the depths of what I see here. It's so not surface level. I wish it was, but it's so much bigger in my head. And I'm like, I don't fucking know.
At your house. Have you ever witnessed him driving past your house? Do you know what kind of car Mr. Cletus drives? Do you know that he's been in the state of North Carolina anytime in the last month or so that you say you've been in imminent danger?
About her, like, flip these when she's saying these questions, flip them. These are the same questions that are going to be asked to Julie, or should be.
They might have. I think she's from North Carolina. Who's she? We're talking about Mr. Cletus. He's a he. That's his pronoun. He. There's no she pronoun.
Gosh.
Who's being served this protective order?
Yes.
So,
body. God, we could really have a really, really wild conversation, because if you think about it, after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, Betty and JLR pushed the trans Tifa, the transgender hate group that they were trying to get going. Betty and JLR tried to push that so heavy. And then you got the fucking Lauren Matthias, who has everything to do, like all of the Mormon crimes. And it's like she softens or attempts to publicly soften, that's my opinion, all of the Mormon related crimes with her coverage and her being more like, that's a whole fucking trip in itself. And her connections and political. Yeah, there's just a whole shit ton of stuff that people don't even see when you look at this from such a surface level. But it's so much deeper.
You have no evidence he came to your state. You have no evidence that he texted you. You have no evidence that
Yes.
he called you. You have no evidence that he's emailed you. You have no evidence that he's, you know, he's obviously not driven by your house if he hasn't even come to the state that you have evidence of. So he.
Well, I still do talk a lot, Revival. You know what it's like when I have ate my gummy already. I talk a hell of a lot when it's like this because my brain just like, but I finally just tell you guys everything that I'm actually thinking and seeing. And some of you guys are like, holy shit, that's fucking way too heavy. And others are like, yep, we've been seeing it too for fucking decades. And I'm like, God damn, what do we do?
But you say he's cyber stalking you, right? So he's doing this over the internet, right? Okay.
I bet she's amazing.
Why
casual art.
are you saying that Mr. Cletus hates you? Why do you say he hates you? I don't know. I don't know why he hates me. He just is, I don't know. He needs Jesus, I guess. Why does he need a restraining order? Didn't she put she and he in the restraining order? Yeah, but we addressed that. The judge already addressed that at the beginning, Agent 99. The judge told her that there was some confusion about who this was against, and that if a person wasn't served and their name isn't on the docket, okay, and
this is so fucking wild.
They're served separate. We have to fill out different paperwork for different people. We're only going to be there for Cletus. So unless Cluminati was served with paperwork and she's on the docket at the same time, but that's not usually how we do it. They get to face the judge. Oh, judge, wow, weirdo. Oh, weirdo. Why do you say he hates you? Well, welcome, player, vibrator, my buddy. Well, throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. Why?
Can I get a fucking what? Oh my gosh, crazed. I agree. Like, I'm not a fan of hers, but she brings up some very interesting things. I still take some of it, leave some of it, but it's very interesting overall. I agree.
Why do you say Mr. Cletus hates you? I don't know, Your Honor. I didn't do anything to him. I've never said anything to him. I've never done anything bad. I'm just like minding my own business, trying to do true crime, and they will not leave me alone. And I
just got in trouble. I have a tendency of sticking the lighters under my butt cheek. I think I've told you guys this before. I'll sit back in the chair and I stick the lighters under my butt, and Kyle can never find them. He's like, where the fuck did the lighter go? Oh. Now he just gets up and comes and grabs them under my butt cheek because he knows exactly where they all are. He bought 2 new lighters today, and I've already confiscated 3 under my butt cheek.
Also going after my mods.
Whoops.
I'm sorry. What's a mod? My moderators.
Yeah.
Who are your moderators? Well, we got Lumen.
Coco, I do too. I really love. Lately, you guys have been amazing. The chat has been so incredible, and that's why I'm like, people don't get what we're doing or why, because they see this so surface level, and the depths of the conversations are a huge portion of why we're here.
And Sassy, and we got
it is
Daisy Duke. I'm sorry, are these character names? Are these cartoon people? These are actual people, but you don't have their names. All right, we don't enter into evidence what somebody with the name Luminous and Reality Win says into court documents. Okay, we need actual people.
Well, actually, these days, according to some of the filings we've seen, they actually do. They use YouTube names and filings. I've seen it myself. Been named in court filings as nonsense on the web when the person knew my name. Yep, sure have. That was the other Brittany Nicole in North Carolina.
Here, with names and addresses, or ID at least, or something.
Is there?
So you're saying, Ms. Jackson, that you haven't done anything to warrant.
But Laura, I think that's the overall intent and motive of a lot of this shit is rage bait overall. Like, upset people being distracted, upset. Yeah. Overall.
what you call hatred of you by Mr. Cletus. Miss Jackson, have you ever been in a lawsuit before?
Yeah, we do. Lauren, we really do.
Yes, that it's ongoing. It's an ongoing lawsuit. I see. And
Yeah, but that's likely not going to even get brought up in yours either. That's what's interesting to me, that in her complaint, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to that, but the fact that in her complaint, she even mentioned that that's how she first heard of Brittany and Craig, when that's not true. She heard of them because of mutual case coverage, and she thought Brittany was being bullied.
is
But with Clue and Cletus Lazaro, that wouldn't even gotten brought up. They weren't involved.
where is this lawsuit? Is it in North Carolina? No, Your Honor. No. No. She's talking to the attorney. No. Where is it?
Right.
It's in.
Right.
Well, the court is in Pennsylvania, but there's the plaintiffs. There's many plaintiffs, and we're from all different states. I see. So you're in a lawsuit with many different plaintiffs from across. Is this a class action lawsuit? What is this? No. It's not a class action lawsuit exactly. It's
Class action. Isn't it funny? We heard Julie mention a class action lawsuit in one of the videos we watched her in 11 months ago. In the beginning of this, we actually heard Julie mention a class action lawsuit. Oh God, these people. And we heard Betty use the term federal injunction too. These people are fucking insane. Swoop just recently did a very interesting deep dive on Dr. Phil. Did you guys watch it? Any of you? Dr. Phil is a very Dr. Oz-ish character to me.
it's different than that. Mm-hmm. Isn't it true, Miss Jackson, that you were part of the alleging a RICO racketeering against multiple creators were served? Although
It's
only
wild.
2 creators who lived in Pennsylvania itself faced trial, that there were actually multiple people named by name in the initial filing for the RICO case.
Okay, but that's not. Come on.
Right? Not just the 2 people in Pennsylvania. Well, yeah, I did hear that, but I don't know the specifics of it. Oh, well, let me refresh your memory here.
There's been 2 people that have had to pay and foot attorneys' bills to defend themselves. There you go.
Refresh your memory, because we have the document that my client was served that says
No,
he is named as a John
that I'm glad to hear that, Body. Actually, I'm incredibly thankful to hear that. That gives me hope.
Doe. Thank you, vibrator.
Body, I started thinking about him heavily the other day after the exposure by that OPP, because Dr. Phil had that original group of scamming and predator hunters I was talking about, the group we used to follow from Facebook that did the United States predator hunting, over here, Shane Coyle. Dr. Phil hosted all of them. A lot of these social media, there's people in these like overlapping drama communities who have been on Dr. Phil. It's so wild to think, didn't Dawn and Candace Wells go on Dr. Phil? Like, he's the OG tragedy pimp too, in my opinion.
That he was named as a John Doe and
Yeah.
potentially
Fuck yeah.
going to be sued, just like, because and there were threats of this. We also have here. We also, Your Honor, I submit to you another exhibit.
Jody just got to wear. Julie says she's prettier than BJ. That shit takes me out. And the OG player and the gangster shit. Like, it reminds me of Reality saying she can crip walk and she's from California and can say whatever the fuck she wanted to. Moments like that, just, I say some cringeworthy shit. Look, Revival, I give Revival secondhand embarrassment, but not to that degree, ever.
Please, I'm sorry, I have to add this in. I didn't know it was going to come up. An exhibit of
He's
both
such a fucking
in
wild
writing
one.
and
Oh my
video
God.
by the attorney, Joseph
Mhm.
Lesniak, appearing on YouTube, answering questions about they're going to multiple states.
Yeah, okay. Like, look at her talking about this. Look how serious she is. Do you see the expression in her face that's changed when talking about at night? Like how serious she even thinks this shit is. Yeah, that doesn't even shock me, body. Doesn't even remotely shock me. He is the OG tragedy pimp. You look at Jerry Springer, the same type of shit. It's the same thing. They're finding such a way to profit off this shit. She was all fucking serious as shit about At Night in this fucking injunction. She really thought she was going to be something big.
Oh, the other Jane and John Does would be served.
Don't do
right?
couponers like that.
Does that refresh your memory now that you see this document? Well, I never saw that document. I didn't know about that. Okay, so you're in a lawsuit,
really?
a RICO
That doesn't shock
case.
me.
You know what RICO is, right, Ms. Jackson? Yes, I know what RICO is. Okay, what is it? Well, it's racket.
That wouldn't even be valid or coming up because Clue and Cletus, this was supposedly the RO hearing she's doing a mock trial of with Clue and Cletus and the ROs with Brittany. Clue and Cletus are not part of the injunction. Named, yes, initially, absolutely, but no. This isn't going to come up or even be valid in a discussion about an RO and the need for an RO.
Racketeering and
Oh,
coordination, I know is the
fuck that.
for the C. Organized. I don't remember
No.
what the I stands for, but I have Captain D's for a witness.
I'm surprised we haven't heard a complaint about how the Dunkin' Donuts person didn't have enough glaze on her fucking donut, because I'm sure she fucking dropped that donut a couple times. By the time she got home, she was so Twitter-pated the other day, screaming at me over terms of service while breaking terms of service. I'm surprised she didn't fucking call the manager and say that her glazed donut didn't have enough glaze at the end of it. Seriously, though. She was all about having a fucking come apart that day. And she is one of those people that would send everything back, expect a free meal.
Wendy's too. The guy at Captain D saw me in distress. Thank you, Green Eye PI. I love when people feed me lines, but it was free.
I mean, no shit, Wolfie. They're like twins.
It was free. And Vibrator, please know that 50% of, and YouTube Green Eye PI, of the proceeds of all my super chats
That's so
go to
fucking
Granny's
fun.
Watching's legal fund. A lot of this won't be able to be brought in, but we get the point.
Jody,
right?
yep.
I don't remember what the I stands for. But the point is, Miss Jackson, you were aware that you were in a lawsuit, right? You remember being in a lawsuit that you just said is still ongoing. And you also admit, correct, Miss Jackson, that you know that multiple people were named as potentially being sued, right?
No, she wrote a letter to the judge and said, Your Honor, as a mother, she don't fucking ask her questions about something she hasn't even fucking read. Let's be honest here. And again, Your Honor, relevancy.
By state,
None. Zero. Overruled.
even though you didn't get past the first state. And one of those people was my client. Mr. Cletus was named as a John Doe. But there was multiple people. You know how many people there were, Miss Jackson?
Oh my God. What is she doing? This is her like audition for their number one, like, I will defend you. I will remember you. Is this her like vowing forever loyalty to Clue and Cletus? Like, this is some cringeworthy shit. No, like, Clue and Cletus, okay. Julie, I think that, like, if they ever to part ways, I'm scared that she's going to have attachment issues to them more than she did to Jay. This is a little concerning, Aunt Patty.
No, I don't. Was there two? Well, there was two in Pennsylvania. Were there people outside of Pennsylvania served as Jane and John Does? Named as Jane and John Does? Yes. How many?
Oh,
I don't remember. 4, 5, 10, 15, 20? Can you give a ballpark?
oh, she's bad.
You don't seem to pay attention very much to what's going on in your legal affairs, do you, Miss Jackson? You don't seem to know a lot. No drinks in the courtroom. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Casual art, you know, somebody told me that Keemstar is the Dr. Phil of social media, of YouTube in particular. They said Keemstar is the Dr. Phil of YouTube, exploiting the vulnerable. And I was like, ouch.
She's pulling out 3 straws from her purse. What are these 3 straws for? Mellow, there's no, excuse me. I'm sorry, counselor, hold on one second. Miss Jackson, we do not drink in the courtroom, okay? We will have a...
Oh, the one about Chris is cringe and manic, Bree. Thank you for the support. She says, stream of consciousness, verbal fanfic, no different than the one about Chris.
Break coming up.
Thank you, Bree.
Your Honor, can I have a break right now? Because I have like what's it called?
So bad.
What does she have? What does she have? What's the medical excuse going to be when she needs to take a break?
I know.
I'm feeling very woozy or tired or whatever. Okay.
I know.
What's her medical excuse going to be? Oh, I have asthma.
Dina, that concerns me. Like, straight up concerns me. Because I've said it all along. I think there's been certain people, like you think about Seth Rogers sending a C&D to Clue right off the bat. Like, they have definitely wanted to get Clue and Cletus into some shit.
I have asthma and I'm having trouble taking a breath right now. Can I have a break to have my belly yellow?
Right.
All right, counselor. We'll have to give Miss Jackson a break so she can use her inhaler.
Over the LCU, Dina.
Court will resume in 2 minutes. By the time she gets back, she's huffing and puffing even more than when she left. I got IBS. I got the snoozitis. I need my BC powder. I'm sorry, Your Honor, my throat is parched. Can I have a lounger? What kind of lounger? I don't know the brand. My pharmacist just gives it out for free to me. Your pharmacist does what? That's against the law, Miss Jackson. What pharmacy is this? Is this in Scotland County? Oh, I didn't mean that, Your Honor. I didn't
like none of this is going to happen. I know it's a parody, but still, this is just what?
mean that he gives it out for free. I don't know what I meant. I buy it at the pharmacy. Oh, okay.
It's so cringe.
Your Honor, I passed a fake drug test. This chat is on fire. This chat is. How is she going to stay awake? Is this supposed to be funny? It's supposed to be. If you get the joke. If you've been following her, I have a yeast infection. Ew. TM.
Body, the thing about it is BJ would just be standing up there the entire time, fucking pissing down her leg. She would be scared shitless.
My Miss Jackson.
She wouldn't even be able to talk.
TMI. Miss Jackson, why do you keep bending down? I have something. Right? My leg is itching.
Curvy.
Okay, I got scratchy legs.
Like, BJ isn't even going to be talking about any of this shit because she's going to be so scared. That's why she intentionally is late and shit, people. She doesn't have any intent of going into a courtroom. She's scared shitless. She just wants to lie from her comfy chair.
Anyway.
She's Mrs. Worldwide.
Yeah, so no lozenges. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
She would fit in curvy.
All right. Counselor, would you like to resume your questioning of Miss Jackson? Yes, Your Honor. I still have a few more questions.
I'm telling you.
All right. So we've already established, Miss Jackson, that Mr. Cletus, you have no evidence that Mr. Cletus has called you, has texted you, has emailed.
Have any of you watched this before? Did any of you guys see this previously? We'll have to do a part 2 on that because I'm going to go to bed pretty soon because we got shit to do tomorrow. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Emailed you, has driven by your house, no evidence that he's flown drones over your house, no evidence that he's instructed others to fly drones, no evidence that he's instructed others to harass you by calling CPS or the police or anything, right? No evidence. But he did. What? No, I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. When we asked you for the evidence, you didn't provide evidence. You have no evidence of that. Okay, that's been established. But that's not a question. Okay, I'm just summarizing since you had to take your Lozenger mellow yellow asthma break.
The way she tried to roll her fucking eyes. Oh my God. I know, Coco. I'm telling you, it's fucking torture. Revival. And he's been compared to watching wallpaper dry. Oh my God.
So we've also established that you have that he's not been to your state, and we've also established that you have no evidence that he has directly communicated anybody to buy a drone, to fly it over your house. You have no video of that. When I asked you if you say people hate you and they make people hate you, is there any reason why we were talking about that? Why he might
this isn't how RO hearings go.
Dislike you. Why might he dislike you?
And again, ultimately, I'm laughing at how stupid she is and how ridiculous all of this is. But at the end of the day, this is actually taking up time and resources from actual victims. It's really not a laughing fucking matter. And she's sitting here once again doing a fucking parody of a serious situation. BJ was trying to hem them up with ROs, like, because she fucking willfully engaged.
I don't know. I've never done anything. Miss Jackson, why are you holding a piece of thin plastic in front of your face? That's my filter. It's my filter.
Oh my gosh, Lauren.
They make fun of my weight. And that's a protected class.
Kind of weird.
Because they make fun of my weight. Oh, they make fun of your weight. And that's hateful because you're protected. Yeah. It's like a disability. Okay. Interesting.
Row.
Are you familiar with Miss Jackson?
I mean, if you ever want a cringeworthy fucking stream to watch on your own, I'm just going to tell you there's one on her page standing up for herself after the fallout with Jay. I don't understand the attachment to random strangers. Maybe it's me. It could be a me thing. But if you ever really want to cringe and worry about somebody that you're like, ooh, this is a lot. This is a lot of emotions. Really dysregulated emotions and attachments to strangers. Watch that one. It's a blast.
The clean hands rule, the clean hands law in North Carolina. No, I'm not familiar with that, but I want to say my hands are clean, okay? That have no dirt. That's another thing that they've been saying about me. They've been saying my hands are dirty and my fingernails are dirty, and they are not. If they're inciting people to say, is that clean hands law have to do with they're inciting people to say I got dirt under my nails? Because that is.
It cracks me up, though, because people like this will also tell you they're the smartest in the room. Like, they're so educated and so knowing in the justice system, but do stuff like this.
That has done me emotional damage. I'm sorry. I might need another break, Your Honor. Yeah. Talking about the clean hands thing gets me very triggered, okay? I get triggered when you talk about clean hands because that's something they've been making fun of me.
This is wild.
Okay, the clean hands rule. It's a figure of speech, okay, Ms. Jackson? We're not literally talking about you having dirty fingernails, all right? So please don't get triggered. What it means is you cannot be involved in the same things that you're accusing somebody.
Isn't it ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic, I really do think. January 15th, text messages. Digging into people's lives while saying you're deathly afraid of them.
Even so, like we can't convict somebody or implement this protective order if you yourself are also engaged with it. So you say they've made fun of you because of your weight.
25 live streams since the start of December and filing police reports. But carry on, go on. It only applies to one of them, anyways.
Yes, and they've made fun of my children. They said terrible things about my children. They said all kinds of things. Who said it? His wife said it.
Coco.
I mean, his fiance said it. Okay.
It is the true definition of LawCow on LawCow crime. Tell me I'm wrong. When we came up with that the other day, it was really one of those moments of holy fuck, that is exactly what we are watching. It is like them looking at each other in the mirror and talking to themselves, but they're on opposite sides, but they're identical. Like, this is such a mind fuck.
And he was there and he agreed with her. And
I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And gosh darn it, somebody will believe me.
I do have that on tape. And I do have on tape him in, I'm sorry, was this on Mr. Cletus's channel or on Miss Cluminati's channel? I'm confused. It was on Miss Cluminati's channel. But it doesn't matter because he said it, okay? It was his words. He said it. He called me fat. He said this. He said that.
Yeah, none of those things are going to come up in an RO hearing. Like, again, tell me you're lost without telling me you're lost. Laura, supposedly we are the ones spinning our wheels. Well, me in particular, I spin my wheels. I do spin a lot of wheels. Wondering what the fuck is wrong with people.
That, right? And he said all these things. Okay, good. I'm glad we established that. It was on her channel, not his.
Oh my God.
And he was there and he said these mean things about you, including about your weight. Right? So here, let me explain to you, Ms. Jackson, where the clean hands rule comes in, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a partner living in the house with you who also sometimes is heard audibly on your YouTube channel? Like, do you have a similar kind of arrangement in the sense that you both live in the same house and sometimes your partner is also there and sometimes things can be said that can be heard over your channel?
Just kind of like Al occasionally can be heard. Yep, she does. Craig's just more present more often.
And that you're agreeing with, possibly, as you say, Mr. Cletus is agreeing too.
Right,
Right?
Jasmine?
Well, yes,
Yeah.
I do. In fact, he's right here in the courtroom.
And
And he's fine. He's fine. He's that fine man sitting in the third row.
You guys are killing me.
Is he who is that lady sitting next to him? Why is he talking to the bailiff, that female bailiff? Craig, get away from that female bailiff.
Craig's like Al. He's not even present when she's trying to do these things. Craig didn't accompany BJ to court either. Just like Al didn't accompany Julie, Craig didn't accompany BJ.
Hussy, ho. Brittany Jackson didn't say on your live streams, I own Cletus. Did you ever say on your live streams, I own Cletus? I can make him do whatever I want.
Yeah, she did.
I can make him react however I want.
She did.
I don't remember ever seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, well, thankfully, people like me documented it and have the clips of it. Yep.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit this into evidence. It's another transcript.
I started uploading other videos again today to try and like dump my playlist more. Ugh.
Of Miss
There's too many.
Jackson's live stream. So have you and or your partner on your channel, similar to what you're describing Mr. Cletus doing, ever said anything, I don't know, about Miss Cluminati that sounds regarding her appearance? Well, I did in the past, but I have not, but I don't do that anymore. Okay, so you have commented on her appearance. Yeah, and I apologize for that. Okay, so you apologize for that, right? And you don't do that anymore. Your Honor, I'd like to submit Exhibit 29 of.
When you think about this, though, like even the fact that she thinks that this would be parody worthy. RO hearings are serious. People who are trying to get ROs are usually scared for their lives. They're going to the court as a last resort to try and do something to protect themselves. Not a fucking parody worthy event here of who's calling who fat. The fact that she would even think that this is funny to do says a lot about her. People like her and BJ are dangerous to me, though. If they're willing to use our courts and our police and lie with no shame, that says a lot.
Friday or whatever, Monday of this last week, after she filed the PO forms of her saying Cluminati is this and she's that and she's inbred and she's Neanderthal and that he's inbred and he doesn't have teeth and da 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 da. After she filed the protective order, she's antagonizing, using provoking language. The people that she claims she is in fear of.
I'm going to back that up. I want you to hear how passionate she is about saying that. And then I want you to think of today's situation. Okay.
Monday of this last week, after she filed the PO forms of her saying Cluminati is this and she's that and she's inbred and she's Neanderthal and that he's inbred and he doesn't have teeth and da 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 da. After she filed the protective order, she's antagonizing, using provoking language.
Oh.
The people that she claims she is in fear of.
Well, the irony in all of that isn't that quite heavy.
Is this you? Hold on. I'm going to play it for you, Miss Jackson, just to refresh your memory. Boop. Is this you on this live stream, this 4-hour live stream going on, saying things about Clue and Cletus, talking about them, talking about other creators, saying all kinds of hateful things? Is that you? Is that you, good Christian woman, saying motherfucker? Was that you saying motherfucker?
Yeah, that's not going to come into play.
And I don't give a fuck?
Those are protected freedom of speech.
Huh.
Judge isn't ever going to say shit like that.
Good morning. Be nice, try it. No, Your Honor. No fake beating. Oh, no man. There was never a man beaten off. How dare you? How dare you say some man beat off channel? That's disgusting. Oh, really? Your Honor, here, I have a clip here of Mr. Craig.
RO hearings are serious. People are afraid for their life. And she's just making a mockery out of it. What victims go through, thinks this is just really cute.
That's Mr. Craig right there. He's one of your witnesses. Is this you, Mr. Craig, saying, oh, they say you have no legs? Meaning, and he's like, what? I'm in a wheelchair?
Traffic.
And she's like, no, they just mean like, I do stuff for you. I get you
Hey,
stuff.
baby.
And they making fun of that. Oh, so I'm disabled. I'm in a wheelchair. No, Craig. Dummy. That's me. No, Craig. They're not saying that. They're like, I got wooden legs or something. No. Well, I got one wooden leg for sure. And it's hardwood. Is that him talking about his hard?
Yeah, that's going to be irrelevant. Think about this. Actually, hey, Fairy Meadows. Think about
wood leg.
What
is one hardwood leg, Craig? Like, you know what comedy is? You know what sarcasm is?
Yeah, Lauren.
Yes, I do. What are you implying? That I'm not educated? Oh, really? Where did you go?
Body. Beyond wilds. Beyond fucking wilds.
Go to school. Did you graduate high school? What does that have to do with anything?
Right, Ro.
Oh, Chroma Chronicles, I'm so glad you're here. I tagged you in this because I was going to use your, first of all, the picture.
He tagged people in this.
I want to say comes from Chroma Chronicles that I used, that one I cut out just her face with her holding the thing. And it says, fake me too. And I'm going to tell the judge how Cletus hurt my fifis.
Fake me too. Who used the slogan, I can get you into the Me Too movement and out of the Me Too movement?
That was your picture. And then I was going to use a little bit of your video from yesterday's live stream, if that's okay.
Not somebody else making fun of the Me Too movement, would it be?
With you.
It
so
is.
What we're saying is, with the clean hands rule, right? This is really for the benefit of the judge.
Yeah.
That Miss Jackson has engaged in the exact same thing that she's accusing and saying is incitement and harassment as Mr. Cletus. Literally the exact.
Well, when it comes to the hate of Brittany, that's all that you need to talk about for the chat to kind of go along. I'm trying not to embarrass people because not everybody that was in the chat during these times agrees with what she's doing now that they've seen it. So I've been trying to be respectful. Some of them are still over there supporting the bullshit.
Exact same things, if not worse.
But a lot of people woke up and were like, yeah, no.
And without provocation. She said a lot of things. She's done a lot. She said a lot of things. She said she's exposed her child. She's done this. Welcome, player Chroma Chronicles. Thank you so much. Oh, that's sweet of you. Please, everybody, I'm going to be using her. Please give Chroma Chronicles a subscribe. And she's been doing a wonderful. I just want to say she's been doing an amazing job going over the videos, old videos of live streams about Sebastian's case, and they have caught a lot of things. And I was told by my mod who goes over there, Island High, who's super intelligent. She lives in Hawaii, so she's not up yet. How amazing you are,
Lauren.
And she just sings your praises all the time about what you're discovering, and she keeps writing to me, informing me about.
This is October 10th, before Clue and Cletus went to court with Brittany and the ROs.
Jay plays Bajingo.
3 days.
What is Bajingo?
before.
I'm sorry. What is Bajingo? It's a bingo game, and they use my name,
right.
And they watch my live streams, and hi, Julie, I'm proud of you. I work with autism kids for 15 years.
You know how many streams I found of her counting people's subs and them losing and gaining subs when they dislike Julie or disagree with her, that's the first thing she goes to is views, numbers, and money. Who else does that? BJ. It's so cringe. It's wild. I couldn't tell you what the sub count of the people I dislike on here. Not at all. If I don't fuck with you, I don't know how many subs you have or gained or lost. That's fucking weird to me.
There's changing education and early treatment laws. Well, I'm proud of you, Tracy Harrison. Anybody who works with children with autism for 15 years is, in my opinion, are literal angels on earth. I'm not kidding. I mean, it is a tough job, and you have to be a very special person, a very loving person, a very patient person.
The similarities between the two of them is wild, Dina.
You adore her, Island High. She's very special. She is to me too. I swear to God, Chroma Chronicles. Listen, she's my mod. Okay, you can, if she wants to mod with you, all right, it's no problem with me. I don't mind it, but she's like a mother to me. All right, I call her first. I call dibs on Island High.
Giving permission, like, this is fucking weird. Giving permission. She's like my mother.
Because I just love her. She's so smart and she's so wise and everything. I don't know. I just love her.
Yeah, those aren't adjective as
it's about me. Do you have stalkers playing games about you, Your Honor? They won't even let me talk. Oh my God, Life Rue, I really appreciate you. You're throwing me some great lines. Jake, I appreciate you. Should be a comedy writer. I'm not kidding, Life Rue. Your Honor, Clue and Cletus do not have stalkers. I have stalkers. They do not have all the hate. It's just me. It's all me.
This is why I say when you really sit back and listen to the names that are mentioned and the different fucking bullshit, I don't know, there's a lot.
Oh, really? I'm the counselor. Oh, really? Miss Jackson. Why is that? Why are you singled out? I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, what people do, what they do to me, no, they would never do to anybody else. Just me, right? You're participating.
Casual art, that is so spot on. They accumulate tangibles because they're emotionally broken. No empathy, shallow. That is so spot on. Someone needs to tell her that 70K or whatever she constantly repeats she has on TikTok is not the same as 70K on any other platform. The numbers went to her head. Oh, Nicole. Yeah, TikTok and YouTube are not comparable in the numbers game at all.
Thank you. They just do it to me, not anybody else.
There's people that go viral and have 70,000 subs or wild shit in one day. If you hit the FYP and have something that catches, it just does. That's Julie ain't special. From what I've understood too, the majority of that 70K is blocked. Like, because they criticized her.
Well, but I'm asking you, why isn't it anybody else?
Let me say this very clearly. The people that she offended on TikTok, there's a reason why she doesn't create much on TikTok anymore. It sounds like she was starting to get herself in a lot of really bad positions with people in the autism community space. I have learned quite a lot. And they didn't just stop paying attention when she moved to YouTube. There are quite a few people that she caused complete havoc for on TikTok that also might have Reddit threads that have been paying attention.
Well, because I was involved in this RICO case that you talked about. And if I had to do it again, I wouldn't do it. Okay. Was there anybody else involved in the RICO case? Yes. And they're on YouTube? Yes. And they're not doing it to them?
SS.
No. Just me. Well, they get some of it, but not like me. They just come after me. And they won't stop no matter what. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
And if Cluminati and
that's right. I haven't seen you,
and Cletus if we were to stifle their free speech and not allow them to talk on YouTube ever again.
Listen to this horse shit.
All your problems would go away, right? There would be nobody who disliked you on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they wouldn't be incited, or would there still be people who dislike you, other creators? Are you?
Well, SS, I didn't realize she tried making a few lives miserable because of their criticism of her, like other autism parents she went after. There's a lot more history than I ever understood around her. she definitely tried to meld in. Yeah, there was a lot. I guess she went after quite a few different people on TikTok and tried to do the same shit that she's tried to do to the parents of missing children.
How many creators don't like you? I don't know, a whole bunch.
Yeah,
and
he's a
they
fucking
collude
piece of
together.
shit.
Oh, really? It's a conspiracy.
I don't
Huh.
need their beach ball.
Miss Jackson, have you ever seen a doctor, a psychiatrist? Have you ever been questioned or asked about paranoia? Do you know what paranoia means, Miss Jackson?
Oh,
You say your children live in fear. Fear.
fuck, that's my fault. Sorry about that, JR. I had it on the emotes only. I was going to do that for just a minute, trying to clear out the bots, and I forgot I put it on. I'm sorry, JR. I'm sorry for anybody on Kick. I completely forgot I shut you down. That's my fault. We were getting spammed.
Of what? What thing has happened? I mean, you said CPS came to your house. Okay, I understand that. They have a job to do. They get phone calls. Sometimes it's founded. Sometimes it's not founded.
That's I didn't either. That's why when I say people are paying attention, that have nothing to do with. Yeah, it's interesting.
But you're certainly not the only person in the United States who's had CPS at their house, right? You'd agree with that, Miss Jackson. Well, I don't know. It feels like I'm the only one.
Tara, and the irony of that, because she mentioned that these ROs that BJ filed were out of paranoia. That was one of her words that she selected to use in the beginning of the stream.
It may feel like you're the only one, but you're not the only one. Julie, it's life rewinded.
That's why I know at the end of the day, I know people see this for what it is. They do. People saw what happens. People notice the shit. We probably are looking at it on a deeper level of all the fuckery from different avenues, because there's just so much that overlaps with so many of these. It's not all one big conspiracy. That's not it. There's different people who have different motives and intent that all just kind of use other tragedies for their own gain in some way, shape, or form. But the fact that she's done, like, it's BJ. It's BJ. BJ does all this right out front and then tells you you're not seeing or hearing the very same things that you're seeing and hearing. These people are wild and so in your face with it. It's like, no.
My name, I should. Oh, it's Life Rewinded. My name, I just shortened it. Oh, Life Rewinded. That's an excellent name. I wish I could rewind part of my life. Some of it, not all of it.
Yeah, I don't know, Body. I have no indication. I know that one time she said something about, like, she was trying to unblock her because they had made up after the J fallout. But then I don't know, like you mentioned, SF, I have no idea. UA isn't one that I've heard her talk a lot to or about. And that could just be the streams that I've chose to watch. But I don't have any indication for sure that they're buddies. Julie likes to name. There's certain people she'll name drop, but there's certain people she talks to.
I did not have 100. Oh, Life Rewind says, I did not have 168 mods leave me like a stray dog.
Yeah.
What cat? I didn't kick a cat. This is all Life Rewind says. Judge, like 95 channels, and it's all about me.
Yeah.
Yes, you're. Oh, this is a good one.
And they have an amazing ability, JR, of becoming the victim, the major victim of these cases. And it's like, wait a second. All of this stemmed off of a child going missing.
Yes, this is, yeah. Sen Rice says, yes, Your Honor. I own them all.
Tired? I bet.
All right. Yeah, she's going to have even bigger problems. So
Sure.
we've established he hasn't come to your state. He hasn't called you. He hasn't texted you. He hasn't emailed you. You have no evidence that he's instructed anybody, right?
So all of these questions could be asked of Julie with Craig. The answer is going to be no. Julie herself has admitted in certain streams that he likely didn't even know who she was. And then she thought that BJ taught him, Craig, about her.
You understand when you talk about incitement, even cyber stalking, it has to have a direct connection where it's an imminent, cause and effect, right? Where they say something and something else happens directly afterwards.
Hey, Southern Mimi.
And that you can show the direct connection between these two things.
Lord.
You don't know who called CPS. You know they don't like you, but you also put them in a lawsuit, a RICO case, right? You also name them as possible defendants in a RICO case.
Oh my God. I got you, body. I got you. I'll have to go back probably closer to a minute now that the catch up is. Here you go.
Some of it, not all of it. I did not have 100. Oh, Life Rewind says, I did not have 168 mods leave me like a stray dog.
She does.
What cat? I didn't kick a cat. This is all Life Rewind says.
Right, Tara.
Judge, like 95 channels, and it's all about me.
Tara, I think this one kind of gives you some vindication of feeling the way you feel about all this.
Yes, this is a good one. Yes, this is, yeah. Sen Rice says, yes, Your Honor, I own them all.
Yeah, I have no idea. No clue.
All right. Yeah, she's going to have even bigger problems.
She's another wild one for me, Coco. I don't fucking know. I was like, there's so many people with a lot, like just a lot of loud voices around.
So we've established he hasn't come to your state, he hasn't called you, he hasn't texted you, he hasn't emailed you, you have no evidence that he's instructed anybody, right? You understand when you talk about incitement, even cyber stalking, it has to have a direct connection where it is an imminent, cause and effect.
109, 110 minute mark in this video. I'm going to tell Judge how Cletus hurt my fifis. 110 minute mark is very relevant, and what Body is pointing out, I'll back it up just a moment so you guys can really take that in.
He hasn't come to your state, he hasn't called you, he hasn't texted you, he hasn't emailed you, you have no evidence that he's instructed anybody, right? You understand when you talk about incitement, even cyber stalking, it has to have a direct connection where it is an imminent, cause and effect, right? Where they say something and something else happens directly afterwards. And that you can show the direct connection between these two things. You don't know who called CPS. You know they don't like you, but you also put them in a lawsuit, a RICO case, right? You also name them as possible defendants in a RICO case. Ms. Jackson, do you have any other legal entanglements currently with Mr. Cletus? No. Well, you know how you said there was some confusion at the beginning of this that the judge had to sort out, where you said you were here for both Cluminati and Mr. Cletus, and the judge told you, no, you only served Mr. Cletus?
Hey, Crimson. Body, this shit's just wild to me. At first, I didn't think it really had any relevance, but it does more than I realized.
Not Miss Cluminati, and that we can't talk about Miss Cluminati because you only served Mr. Cletus? Judge, I'm sorry I'm inundating you with evidence, but can I submit one more piece of evidence?
The ones that always have the most legal knowledge crack me the fuck up, because I admit I know nothing about the law. Very, very clear, know nothing. But I'm really interested in learning and fascinated by some of this shit. And these ones just, they don't have what it takes.
Miss Jackson here saying that both Illuminati and Cletus, my client, were served with cease and desist letters. Miss Jackson claimed, here's the video clip, here's the URL right there. Mm-hmm. We got it all prepared.
Sure.
Of her claiming that
JC, inactive. It's still active. But some of those people, she really did the most to. Like, that Reddit thread started because of her TikTok bullshit and what she was doing. Like, there's shit I didn't even and still don't understand at all what she was doing to people.
My client, Mr. Cletus, was served with a cease and desist letter, when in fact only Miss Cluminati was served with a cease and desist letter. She lied to.
Right.
I did not lie. They're for both of them. But that's not how things work. Okay, Your Honor, can you please silence the witness? She doesn't understand that's not how it works. The person you can't do a 2-for-1.
And JC, she can't be angry. She mentioned it in her own live streams and drew attention to it before I even knew it was that deep. She'd been talking about it on a live stream because Brittany said she was going to read it.
On a C and D, right?
Can't be
I'm gonna
pissed.
put both of them on the same one. Save myself a little money. My kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and they talk about that. My God.
But we're the devils, Lauren. We're the devils. Don't forget it. The hamster women wheels spinning, but we're the devils.
You're funny. Life Reround. Listen, I hope you're subscribed to my channel because I got to tell you, I hope you come into my chats again. I really the lines. You are so funny. They talk about, he says, they talk about the fact that my kids,
Tara, you've probably heard me talk about my mom's best friend growing up, their family, like my grandparents, and so my mom's best friends, their parents, my grandparents, and their parents were best friends. Were like family. One of their boys was a tribal officer for years and years and is now a tribal court judge. And the other one was a part of like the Hells Angels and shit. I mean, just wilds. But was like my brother or my uncles, my mom's brothers. They weren't blood related. But their daughter, one of the boys' daughters, became an attorney and does a lot of stuff in Idaho around the tribe. It's really interesting, but she's very passionate about like the MMIW and stuff. I lived in Ronan for quite some time. My grandparents lived there forever. So that was something that living there, I didn't really know. I was young. So I knew it impacted my friends and their families and things like the different laws and stuff. But getting older, you really start, and it's very interesting. The laws within the tribal grounds, that's a very, I agree with you 100%. It is very interesting and really sad. It's horrific.
kids like Cinnamon Toast Crunch for cereal, and they talk about that. They talk about what my kids eat for breakfast. Well, you talked about what your kids eat for breakfast on the internet.
I would,
yeah, that puts my children in danger.
I wouldn't even pretend to know like the depths of it, but just some of the things that I know that they have been a part of in cases and stuff from public information is just wild.
They could be tempted with Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I'm sorry, y'all. I need another break. Want to hear me sing Tennessee Whiskey in your honor? Tennessee Whiskey. Yeah, she likes it. Would you like me to sing for you? Happy birthday to you. Boo, 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 boo. Miss Jackson, this court cannot make people be your friends.
I mean, RO hearings are such mockeries, aren't they?
They can't. Can you make them not unsubscribe to me? Because that is harassment. When people unsubscribe, it's harassment. It's a coordinated intimidation to get people to unsubscribe. Really? How do they?
I mean, think about this. When we talk about the real life consequences this kind of stuff can have, these people are potential jury pools. She always does row to row. When you think about these people sitting on a jury pool, it's actually really scary.
Intimidate people into not subscribing. Well, they go to their house.
And they say that about us. But when in reality, think about this mentality, these mental gymnastics that they do.
They call them on the phone. They call their jobs. No. So you claimed that, Miss Jackson, that you sent my client, Mr. Cletus, a cease and desist letter. This is the evidence. We've just submitted it. And that was a lie. No, it wasn't. Okay, this is a yes or no question. I'll rephrase. Your Honor, did you have your attorney?
I mean, honestly, I don't think her and BJ are that much different. They're just packaged different. We talk about that all the time, about a lot of these people are the same. Okay, Hank, Jesus. Hold on, buddy. Oh my God, this dog. He has to get behind me. Hank, you're going to break my back. You're fat, you little fuck. Look at him. Oh, I did mean it. He sits on me. Do you see him? And he takes up the whole entire damn chair. He's been sitting here giving me the stank eye the entire time because I was trying to just lay back in the chair. And he's just sitting there fucking with my arm because he wants in the chair so bad. He's such a fat ass. Ugh. Sorry. Yeah, that's right, Tara. They don't have any understanding of their rights, and they don't get counsel appropriately.
And did your attorney
Poor Hank, my ass.
serve my client, Mr.
Hank and Cooper have an entire drawer of like the plastic chew bones, and their little bitch asses fight over the same one. They have 4 of them that I opened tonight, matching, just appropriate size of the one. Big one for Hank and Cooper, the mid-sized one. They fought over the same one. And then I would change them and go give one of them the other one, and they'd fight over that one. They're dumb. I don't know. My dogs are just dumb. I love them dearly, but they're dumb.
Not Miss Clue, with his name on it, a C.
It's amazing that her internet's cutting her out at the right time. I'll ship him. They are chew bones.
Will
Yes.
or no? This is a yes or no question. I don't want an explanation. The judge has to take. Ms. Jackson, just answer yes or no. Did your attorney serve Mr. Cletus, the man you have the asked for the restraining order against? Did you serve him a cease and desist? Yes or
Can you just imagine sitting there doing this? Put a 1 in the chat. Could you have a conversation with yourself in 3 different personalities? How often do you think she does this? Do you think this is a common thing where she talks to 3 different people at once? This is probably how she gets people to agree with her, right? By hosting these mock situations. Hey, Winnie. I could not do this. I just couldn't. Maybe I'm not creative enough. I guess what Julie would say is I'm not creative or intelligent like she is. But I couldn't do it. I'd rather have conversations with real people and argue with somebody in real life versus myself.
no?
Sorry.
Will
She has
no.
to practice. No,
Okay.
they don't, Rotaro.
My head did not nod
Yeah, Tara, that's so true.
down. That's another
Oh, Wolf Rider.
lie they tell about.
The date of this is really interesting. It's October 10th. This is about a week after Brittany tried getting the ROs on Clue and Cletus, and about 3 days before the actual court hearing on those said ROs. This is Julie's mock trial of what she thought the legal representative, the judge, and BJ would be saying during this RO hearing. This is her mock trial of how that was going to go. The irony is deep in this.
Me. That did not happen. I was not asleep. Hold on.
You know, I have a lot of empathy for that man. Sympathy. Maybe it's sympathy, or I did. But I have watched enough videos of hers, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, but I take into account the same things that I winced at that Craig has done. I've heard Al do. Use of the F slur was done. That's not something that just rolls off the tongue when you're trying to be funny if it's not a commonplace practice. I've never heard Kyle ever use that word. Not once. Not trying to be funny or make a joke or kicking it with his buddies or never. He just doesn't use the F slur. Yeah. And then I've also heard, which is one of the big gripes about Craig when I first came on, people, really could point out that he had done that numerous times. And then there's other live streams where I've heard him very upset. Let's just say that.
Sorry. The Sunset Gazing says, well, I had a BOGO deal, B-O-G-O deal, so I sent the C and D to Miss Clue and the R-O to Mr. Cletus, so they should have known each other was for both of them to get.
Well, Dina, she's successful in life, don't you know? She got her blonde straight hair. That's success and triumph. That's not giving up on somebody's dreams. I mean, if that's what you aspire to be as a child, is blonde straight hair, we had different focuses. I mean, but if that's how success is measured by straight blonde hair, then I guess how different are you than Craig if that's what you think is success as a hair color? What?
How cold is it outside?
I don't know. It's not very cold.
Bro, you were just outside. What do you mean you did now?
It's probably 70,
Together, Your Honor.
75.
Do I need to put warm water
I know.
or cold water?
This is wild. But
I
they should have known that it was for both. But anyway, yes, no, I did not. Yes, and I did. Okay.
neither.
So
Probably
you did not tell your audience the truth
cooler.
about the cease and desist letter. Nonetheless, you have served Cluminati, Mr. Cletus's fiance, a cease and desist letter, correct?
Lauren, and then you think about that mentality that goes along with thinking that that's success. I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Yes, I have. All right.
Right, Dean. Right.
Do you find it, how do I want to word this?
It's actually insulting and just goes to show the entitlement. And it grosses me out.
I need help from my co-counsel here in the chat. My co-counsel. How should I word this? Isn't it just like, I want to say to her,
Well, Winnie, how about this? What do we call it when you talk to yourself, answer yourself, and then insert a third party to monitor that conversation? What do we call that?
isn't it suspicious that you filed this protection order right after you did the cease and desist? What's that about? How should the attorney address that? How would
That's the most important thing out of the seriousness of this threat is when police were called and they looked at her page that they would say that she's prettier than BJ. Don't forget Rotaro.
the attorney question her about that? Because see, I think what I'm saying, all right, this is, we're having a sidebar here. The court,
Right,
we need a 5 minutes, Your Honor. Okay. So I can consult with my other.
And then I've heard her have the audacity to talk about others suffering from body dysmorphia. I can't handle women like this when their argument is trying to diminish others' looks. You've lost the argument. Yeah, can I be petty? Fuck yeah, I can. Absolutely, I can. But it takes me a lot to go there. I don't usually go there right off the bat. It takes a lot and pushing usually for me to even say something ridiculous because you lose the argument. There's so much more than surface.
My co-counsels here. All right, my co-counsels. How is the attorney going to ask
Still in insanity?
Brittany about her motivations behind filing a cease and desist?
Wait, Coco just said that after listening to Julie, talking to her pets and her plants seems normal.
Right.
This is why Kyle was cussing. When I was playing this shit for Kyle, he's like, fuck her for making me fucking defend Craig. Like, what the fuck is this shit? What are you doing?
Against
So pissed.
Cluminati and announcing that it was against Cluminati and Cletus. And then I'm loving attorney Julie Morning. And then
Julie,
thank you, dear. And then saying right after the cease and desist, she does the
it makes me feel some sort of way, Lauren, because I was born blonde, straight haired. We've heard so many of them. Craig says that Brittany is blonde, blue eyed. I'm naturally those things. It's not a flex. That's the last thing. I flex my brain before. It's so weird to me that these people, and I think the fixation on being blonde is so cringe to me. I'm not trying to be rude or insensitive. I get some people want to look other ways, but that's the last thing. And it's that shit just fucking gives me some sort of feelings.
PO.
It's weird.
Wait, I think I got it. Okay, hold on. All right. Wait, I think I got it. All right. Hold on, counsel. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't, we'll have another sidebar. Okay, Miss Jackson. So
Yeah,
we've established
Sarah.
you have served Cluminati with a cease and desist because you want to get her to not talk about you anymore, correct? Yes. Okay. And we've also established that you went on your channel and lied and said that you served Cletus a cease and desist because you wanted him to stop talking about you. We've established that you are part of a RICO case.
These aren't anything to do with an RO. Think about that. Overall, none of this has anything to do with an RO. And you can tell right here that you don't understand the seriousness of what victims actually go through when they are attempting to get an RO. And their abuser is given the opportunity, that fear. Like, I'm glad that you have the ability of making this a laughy, haha situation. Victims don't.
That was attempting to get multiple creators to not talk about certain things, right? And that is still ongoing. However, the RICO part has been dropped, right? And it's the
Not casual art. Your family isn't fucked up. Your family is not somebody you got to choose. We don't get to choose our blood. We don't get to pick who we're related to or our genetics. The only thing we can do is hope to break those cycles if they're negative. Carry on the good situations and the acceptance and rid of the generational cycles. That's the only thing we can do. Right? Casual art. That part. Yeah, this body. There's so many things.
anti-slap where the judge has already ruled that it was, that you lost and you're just in the
Excuse me,
second
Matt.
appeal of that.
Yes, Laura.
To, try to hamper free speech. And it's going to actually make legal history in Pennsylvania.
That's what I said. Is it an audition for the #1 fucking wild whack job?
Right. So what I'm wondering, Ms. Jackson, isn't it possible
Yeah. Me too.
that people might assume that you are misusing the court?
This part right here blows my mind. Okay, I'm going to shut up. Lauren, I'm sorry that you went through that, first of all. And secondly, I completely understand. That's why when these people openly mock the fact that I share and promote everybody should seek therapy, like there's no shame in that. And then they find some way. The first thing Julie did to me too was try to take slights at me. Maybe you should go see your therapist multiple times. Like, that's the first knee-jerk reaction to me playing their words and having an opinion about what they put out here publicly, is trying to diminish me and mock me and ridicule me for suggesting that people do seek a therapist and talking about it positively and trying to rid of the stigma around it. They shame me and mock me for it. Bitch, I've deconstructed from a motherfucking cult. Do you think you thin-skinned bitches are gonna fucking make me flinch? I don't fucking think so. I grew up believing in lies and around people who lie and hide shit behind religious and emotional manipulation. You fucking strangers on the internet aren't gonna make me fucking flinch. Sorry. I've been fed and blown smoke right up my fucking ass forever. I am proud of the work I've put in. And that's why I look at you guys and I pity you. I pity the fools you are.
Pity a fool.
I do.
Pity a fool.
Fuck this. You ain't gonna shame me ever. Well, you're sitting there trying to mock me or like, ooh, go to therapy. Fucking take some meds, dude. I said what I said. Life doesn't have to be this fucking miserable and delusional. It really doesn't. There's beautiful things out there. You just got to put the work in. And some of you bitches real need to understand the word work.
Try to hamper free speech. And it's going to actually make legal history in Pennsylvania. Right.
Right.
So.
Right.
What I'm wondering, Ms. Jackson, is.
Yes, Amber. Great.
Isn't it possible that people might assume that you are misusing the court through?
Dina, mine wasn't the Mormon church. Another Christian nationalist movement, but not the Mormon church for me. But I understand that because it's not far off what I grew up.
a
Just different variations of their beliefs, but same control.
by getting a protection order to
It
silence
is.
my client
I appreciate
and
that,
his
Roro.
fiance, because you're not sure that the cease and desist is going to work.
I'll share something with you guys that I probably haven't said, but when I started deconstructing from my childhood, I was convinced for the longest time I was the problem. Something was wrong with me. I didn't understand it, didn't believe it, didn't go along with it, couldn't go along with it just to have somebody tell me they loved me. Like, I'm not going to fake it. I grew up thinking that at 14 years old and being told that I had demons younger than that I was possessed by fucking demons, that they needed to lay hands on me and pray for me. And that shit, like, that's why when these guys say that type of shit, I've told you guys this story. It's not a fucking joke. My sister, when she's here, will tell you guys, like, it's the fucking reality. People like this, Julie doesn't say that, but she says it in all the other ways. She does the exact same thing BJ does. If you criticize them or stand against what they are doing because it's truly harmful to people, you become the problem. That's why none of this shit phases me. The use of their children. These people refuse to take accountability. Same with people in those high control who use religion and shit like that to cover up their misdoings. It's always got to be somebody else's fault. That's why these people don't make me fucking flinch. Man, I'm comfortable with those demons. The first tattoo on this body outside of Kenzie's name is sinner and saint. Because in every saint, there's a lot of sinner. In every sinner, there's a lot of saint. Everybody has that. It's just what you choose. And some people are real fucked up. These guys are no different. They just mask it way differently.
And you don't have money for, do you have a fundraiser for a lawyer? Yes. How much? You raised that. Okay. Is that going to cover a lawsuit? No. Right.
Or my dad, my father. My father is extremely involved in religion. Extremely involved in religion. My dad's one sister and their family, and I've told these stories. There's no shame in it. I still love parts of my family, and I still cherish certain pieces of my upbringing. But my one aunt and uncle, their 8 children, were a traveling evangelical group. All of their 8 kids were homeschooled. Now their kids became extremely successful. 2 attorneys, like very, very successful family. My aunt is extremely smart. And did those kids succeed in life? I mean, they're very talented, well-rounded, good humans. But good humans are good humans. My dad, though, he went from, before I was born, he traded addictions from alcohol to religion. Yeah, it is what it is. When my parents got divorced, it was because my mom had demonic generational curses. I heard that for 25 years after they got fucking divorced, man. Like, they hated each other. And I laugh about it now because it's not my deal. But that shit happens. That's why these people and what they do. I've been there.
We're going to all establish that. I don't have to go through all that stuff. So is it possible you're just misusing the protective order in order to stifle the free speech of my client by using the protective order to stop him from speaking against you, as opposed to actually following through?
Your story is important and powerful, Lauren. We're all just a bunch of broken humans wearing our scars and trying to get through life one step at a time. That's it. That's all. It's not that fucking complicated. We all have fucking stories. We all have pasts. But that's why some of us recognize this shit and see it from a bigger picture. Others, they should be lucky that they can play in the surface sand with it. It's a lot deeper in a lot of this shit.
Your cease and desist and going to court and sue and facing them in court. Isn't that a possibility that you are misusing the system? A system designed to protect actual victims.
Amber, isn't there a statistic that it's one of the harder things to go through therapy with eating disorders? Lauren, you should be extremely proud of yourself.
No,
I
it's
think you should
not.
tap on that.
I didn't. I really fear for myself.
Yeah, for sure, Lauren.
So, I'm sorry we have to go back to this, Ms. Jackson, but again, how long has this problem been going on? I mean, you sent the cease and desist. You talked about when you started your fundraiser that ultimately led to the cease and desist letters.
That's why this shit for me is so surface, Dina. This is why this for me and many of you, we can close it and shut it. Like, but this is why I'm passionate about a lot of this shit I'm passionate about. It's the same sense of like the skewed version that these people, the distorted reality that they create and concoct and try to sell people. It's fucking gross. And for what? For what? To get somebody to like you? I don't know. Hey, Cinda.
But you started talking about it in June, July, August, September, but somehow in October, after many months and many live streams, including ones you did not preserve the evidence on, talked about my client.
Oh, Lauren, that's hard.
All of a sudden, you need an emergency protective order. What changed? What changed? What in their behavior changed? What in your behavior changed?
Isn't this fucking ironic? From October into November and then December. What happened? What changed? Oh, wait, we already know what changed, don't we?
But you started talking about it in June, July, August, September, but somehow in October, after many months and many live streams, including ones you did not preserve the evidence on,
Winnie the Pup, and I think that's why we also become interested in understanding the bigger picture of how people end up that way, right? For me, this journey of like trying to understand and rationalize what is irrational made me want to understand the different personalities that are attracted to cult-like behavior and groupthink and shit like that. Like, this is really, when I say that this is a case study for me, or like these people really, although like I can laugh at them, they interest the fuck out of me, because these are the people who will do anything to fit in with a group. They're cult leaders, fucking prime targets. And I'm not even joking when I say that. Like, I'm not saying she's in a cult, but these type of behaviors that are so willing to do anything are a fucking mindfuck to me. Oh, endless blooms, of course. Like, I'm an open book. There's a lot of shit I don't share on here just because I've no need to. But as far as that, like, that's why I'm so passionate about stuff. People try to weaponize what I've shared about my trauma from religious trauma as a weapon against me. And I fucking laugh at them because, bitch, you have no fucking clue. You're lucky you don't understand it. And all you do is make yourself very clear that you don't have a clue when you try to mock or ridicule it. You'll never shame me for going to therapy or being open about this shit. I am one of many. There is many in this chat that have been through extreme religious trauma or many other types of trauma. Nah. We recognize the fucking shit going on here. And that's why we're here and having these conversations.
Talked about my client. All of a sudden, you need an emergency protective order. What changed? What changed? What in their behavior changed? What in your behavior changed? It seems like it's been exactly the same.
Fuck yeah.
It's the same old story with you, right? There was no emergency, correct? You have not established the emergency.
That's not hard to understand, Lauren, at all. And I'm so, like, thank you for being open and even sharing that with us, because that what you're saying is so valid. And I'm so happy to know that you're good.
And didn't you ask for $500?
Incredible.
But then they don't send you do an RO. Right.
Tara.
That's her aim. I was too into my life to notice. Yeah.
You know, one thing that kind of made me, there's been moments where I felt bad when I have watched her, because there is something about just this. Here, I'll play it really quick, and then we're gonna end for the night. We'll finish this Monday.
Great brown. It's just like brown. My sister's hair is a nicer color. It's like more, it's brown, but it's like very dark brown, almost black. And my mom's hair is the same, very dark brown, almost black hair. And they have nicer color hair. And
I mean, down to things like her brother and sister have nicer colored hair. That shit's weird to me. That just says unhealthy coping mechanisms and unhealed trauma. It does. I'm sorry. But when you're comparing,
me, my brother, and my sister all,
because it's not just the surface level, and I'm saying this from watching videos where she talks about living in their shadows, basically, that they were high honor roll kids and she wasn't. It's not just down to the hair color.
have naturally curly hair. And not in a
And when you're at this age, it's sad. It's sad that people are still holding on to that insecurity, or for some, middle child syndrome. No shade to middle children.
it's like, listen,
I'm the baby, so I'm the brat. I get it.
Your Honor, I propose. This is my summation.
That's the baby.
Okay, this is my summation.
Look
Your Honor.
right now.
This Miss Jackson is entangled now has been entangled in a RICO case. She's now entangled in a anti-SLAPP and is
Baby, I'll call you tomorrow. I'll be up early in the morning, and I'm 3 hours behind you now. So I'll call you, and it'll probably be early afternoon for you in the morning before we leave. We're going out for the day with the kids. We're going to go watch the Blue Angels and Thunderbirds tomorrow with the kids. And then we have dinner planned and stuff. But I'll call you before I leave. I just got that though. But I will call you before we go do that, and love you bunches too.
facing the possibility of paying, not only paying for reimbursement. If it's reimbursing the attorneys for their expenses and payments and things in their work, but potentially also punitive damages, monetary punitive damages. She did a fundraiser, filed cease and desist orders to get them to stop, my clients to stop talking, even after failing with the anti-SLAPP, even after being admonished. I submit as evidence the admonishment of Miss Jackson. Your Honor, it is relevant to this case because it involves the person who filed this ruling by this judge in Pennsylvania is addressing this woman here, Miss Jackson, and her attempts to stifle a creator's free speech. This is what the judge has ruled. So no, and my client was a doe in that case. So she has not stopped her efforts ever to stifle free speech, although she says the opposite. So clearly she's not a credible person. She's been proven to tell multiple lies, twist things, and misuse the courts. And this is yet another example of her misusing the courts.
Really?
Trying to silence the free speech of other creators.
Well, is that so?
And she never learns her lesson.
Well,
and not only is she stifling their free speech, which is absolutely safe, she's misusing the courts. And she, in fact, has now defamed my client, Mr. Cletus, by accusing him of...
Don't you think it's ironic? A little too ironic?
Actual criminal acts. The protective orders here, if granted, would essentially be at least a misdemeanor crime, right? Stalking, harassment, cyber stalking is at minimum a misdemeanor. It could be, we don't even know what level. So it's a false allegation. It is just another step in her ongoing attempts to she misuses the legal system to get her to her goal of stopping creators from talking about her. And yet she is a limited public figure. She discusses the same people that she doesn't want talking about her, she talks about.
Well, don't you think it's fucking crazy? I do too.
even after filing a restraining order, for God's sakes. You know, and she doesn't have the money to face them in court. And she's now defamed him. I asked the judge to please not only dismiss this bogus protective order.
Really?
From a woman who's has been shown to violate people's civil liberties. I mean, their constitutional rights to free speech. She was denied. She tried to file this PO without even having my client informed, denying him the right to face his accuser and the accusations, even though the accusations are of a criminal nature. This is not a civil litigation. It's not a civil matter. This is in criminal court. Okay? That's why.
Isn't that interesting? Sorry, Coop decided to weigh in on her bullshit.
We're here in criminal court. We're not in a civil court. It's worse. This could harm his reputation in all further transactions that he does in life. I ask you not this bogus request for protective order. I ask that you, in fact, penalize the complainant for filing a bogus protective order. I ask that you fine her to show her that it is not a game to file protective orders and to try to hide them from people for her own self-interest, to try to squash their right to free speech. She should be fined. She should have some kind of, I mean, frankly, Your Honor, I think she should serve time in jail. 30 days couldn't hurt her. But she'll need to show proof of it, most likely.
Can you fucking imagine? Can you imagine? Holy Jesus. Right, Lauren? She's still doing her mock trial, though.
Would include police reports she has filed against him before requesting emergency order. That is what you do when nothing else works. Right. Exactly, Carrie. Exactly.
Oh my God.
The trail cams, the pew pew. Oh, I forgot. Oh my God. Lori. Thank you, Lori. Thank you for reminding me. How could I forget? How could I do my closing arguments without this? Miss Jackson's life partner, father of 2 of her 5 children, Craig Black, threatened my client, Cletus, and he went to his local police department and filed a police report when he was threatened. And this is what he says. And here's a recording of him saying it. I'm going to put a cap in his ass. And he showed exactly what he meant by putting a cap in Cletus's ass.
Come again? Do what? Yeah, Rosebud, she did. She did. We need the bong? You mean the gong? Oh, Lord. Yeah, this shit is just wild to me. I'm going to back that up because that was fucking funny, actually.
Life partner, father of 2 of her 5 children.
Closing arguments. Cinda, yeah.
Craig Black.
This is her wrapping it all up. All 3 personalities talking at once. Closing arguments of her own fucking bullshit.
Threatened my client, Cletus. And he went to his local police department and filed a police report when he was threatened. And this is what he says. And here's a recording of him saying it. I'm going to put a cap in his ass.
Oh.
And he showed exactly what he meant by putting a cap in Cletus's ass, because just the next night or the night after.
Amber, he showed that did he? Because I don't remember or recall Cletus getting a cap in his ass, thankfully.
Cletus. And he went to his local police department and filed a police report when he was threatened. And this is what he says. And here's a recording of him saying it. I'm going to put a cap in his ass.
Oh my God. I can't.
And he showed exactly what he meant by putting a cap in Cletus's ass, because just the next night or the night after that, within 48 hours, let's say,
Oh my
he
goodness.
went live on a TikTok stream and clearly inebriated, showing the bottle of Michelob Ultra, right?
I don't remember, honestly, if he did or not on that circumstance. That's when Kyle and I were traveling with the mini cows. So I don't remember every detail around that. But I don't know. I just don't recall Craig ever putting a cap in Cletus's ass like she's claiming. This shit's fucking wild.
The round bottle with the screw top of Michelob Ultra, clearly
You don't know,
intoxicated,
Count
picked up his gun.
Tessa, I don't know. At the end of the day, there's some wild connections here, but are they just opportunists using this for attention and drama? Like, I don't know. Is there something more nefarious? I have no fucking clue.
And showed it in the air.
Yeah, she knows.
Just hours after threatening to put a cap in the ass of my client.
She reminds me of that attorney for the guy that was having to ask because I got who am I talking about? Afro Man. His name slipped my brain. But right there when she just sounded like that, she sounded like the attorney in the Afro Man trial that's trying to like repeat all that shit and just sounds fucking goofy as hell saying it.
Bottle of Michelob Ultra, right? The round bottle with the screw top of Michelob Ultra, clearly intoxicated, picked up his gun and showed it in the air. Just hours after threatening to put a cap in the ass of my client. If anybody needs to be afraid of, needs to feel that their life is in danger, feel threatened, it is my client. Not
got a cap in his ass, literally, according to Julie. He's got that cap stuffed up there. Do we have evidence of said cap in ass? That's what I want to know. Is there x-rays to prove that there is a cap in your client's ass?
Not Miss Jackson and her family. It is my client and his family. They're the ones who were actually threatened.
Oh my God.
And again, this could be an attempt to, try to.
Is she trying to imply something here with the screw top Michelob Ultra? Like, did he use his butt cheeks as a bottle opener or something and the cap gets stuck? Is that why she's saying that there's a cap in his ass? Like, what's going on? Because we went from beer bottle to a cap in the ass, a twist top. Like, how the fuck or why does that matter? I don't fucking know. But how did we get here? And why did she do this publicly? And why the fuck did nobody call this out way sooner? I'm disappointed in people. How did we miss all this? What the fuck has she been up to? Busting caps in people's asses.
Even the score.
What the fuck?
Or make it seem not as bad or whatever. I'm not a very good attorney early in the morning when I feel dizzy.
No.
You guys understand. He brandished a pink pew-pew, Your Honor. It was not pink.
Right.
It was fuchsia.
Sharns.
Okay, he brandished a fuchsia pew-pew, Your Honor. I mean, in other words, Brittany.
God, we're going to hell.
You have no case. You have no case. In my comedy opinion, in my legal comedy attorney opinion. And I'm gonna poll the jury right now.
Oh,
okay. Let's say
he's gonna pull the jury now. Lauren, she is freaking serious. She's so serious. You have so many questions, but nope, not asking that. Tell him we don't fucking know either, Dina. We're just here. Could have been a water gun. Oh my God. These people think this shit's serious. They put
would you
publicly.
Grant the
I'm telling you, these fuckers are a motherfucking case study to me. I would love to get a test group together and figure out what is this personality trend? Delusional via social media?
Protective order. I mean, he has said mean things. She might have recordings of that.
They have a big audience. The optics really aren't the best in the sense that she's a woman, he's a man. I'm sure she's going to make the most of that. But, nonetheless, all the evidence and everything else,
That statement right there, you guys. Who have we heard do the absolute most trying to use the whole he's a man, I'm a woman?
The attorney opinion.
Everything, even down to because I'm criticizing her and standing against what both her and BJ do and the use of our courts, I'm anti-woman because I think she's full of shit.
And I'm gonna poll the jury right now. Okay. Let's say,
Yeah,
would you
Rosebud for sure. She practiced this.
grant the protective order? I mean, he has said mean things. She might have recordings of that. They have a big audience. The optics really aren't the best in the sense that she's a woman, he's a man. I'm sure she's going to make the most of that. But, nonetheless, all the evidence and everything else, and the lies and the other legal entanglements that she's in and the motivation.
Oh, how fucking ironic. Sorry, we got to.
And isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
I'm anti-dumbass. I hear you. I fucking hear you. Well, I'm a hack.
Behind all of this stuff and doing it right after filing a C&D, giving a C&D and lying about who it went to and everything else. Would you, as the judge, put,
God,
let's say you will put a 1 if you're going to just simply dismiss the wait, don't vote yet.
Oh, the chat just became the jury pool. Oh Lord, jeez.
Oh, thank you, Hopeless Dreamer,
scary.
advocating.
Did
Do you think Larry will show up in court chat?
Rotaro, he did finish it.
Listen, Brittany, you got to go to court, okay? This is in your calling, Clue and Cletus.
Rotaro, he said that Tomac ran over Cooper and got him stuck in his bike.
All the way to across North Carolina, across Tennessee, all the way far, far away.
She does. That's what we've been
to
watching.
Your town. You say you don't want anybody coming by your town, and yet you filed a PO that brought him to your town.
Well,
how insane is that?
I don't know. You tell me. Oh, yeah. Amber, for sure. Yeah. You heard what we just heard? Y'all heard that, right? I heard that loud and clear. 10-4 rubber ducking.
That's doing it right after filing a C&D, giving a C&D and lying about who it went to and everything else. Would you, as the judge, put, let's say you will put a 1 if you're going to just simply dismiss the, wait, don't vote yet. Oh, thank you, Hopeless Dreamer, advocating.
This is fucking insane.
You think Larry will show up in court chat?
We're only happy.
Listen, Brittany, you got to go to court, okay? This is in your calling, Clue and Cletus, all the way to across North Carolina, across Tennessee, all.
Countessa, what does she label herself as? Do you know? I've never paid attention to her, so I don't know. But when she called me a liberal the other day, I was kind of like, what the hell?
The way
and
far, far away.
Anti-civil rights.
To your town. You say you don't want anybody coming by your town, and yet you filed a PO that brought him to your town.
Oh, isn't that ironic?
How insane is that? And people have the right to come to your town. There will be people who come to the court hearing. That's not a threat. I'm sure there's people who live not that far away who will be interested in seeing. Courts are public places.
Can you imagine if somebody showed up at her court hearing? Can you just fucking imagine if somebody said that they were going to her court hearing? The fucking conniption fit. Sharns, I think that's why she's in a room far away from where he usually is watching sports. Like the furthest room away from him.
You say Clue doesn't ever show her full body. Well, you'll get to see her full body. And we'll get to see your full body, right? Hope we do.
I mean, really? Did you catch that? She hopes she gets to see her. I'm sorry, but I don't really give a fuck ultimately about seeing somebody's full body. That's fuck. This is where it gets weird.
Across North Carolina, across Tennessee, all the way far, far away to your town.
Mm.
You say you don't want anybody coming by your town, and yet you filed a PO that brought him to your town. How insane is that?
Good.
And people have the right to come to your town.
Yeah.
There will be people who come to the court hearing. You know, that's not a threat. I'm sure there's people who live not that far away who will be interested in seeing. You know, courts are public places.
Hence the person running around claiming that they're local to BJ, magically taking panels recently, and then also coming to my comment section and saying weird fucking shit. Okay.
You know, you say Clue doesn't ever show her full body. Well, you'll get to see her full body, and we'll get to see your full body, right?
Yeah.
Hope we do.
Wow.
So
why do you want to see? That's weird to me. That's fucking weird to me. Is that not weird? Okay, you guys find it weird too. Okay. I find that statement to be odd.
listen, you can't just file things and then
You guys see my body all the fucking time and too many angles you don't ask for. I'm sorry.
go hide, right? You don't have to talk to anybody. In fact, when you do protective orders, usually they keep the sides separate. You probably won't even have to go in the same entrance as everybody else.
Whoever you are, that's a good one. Y'all both crazy. That's all who I am. Came in the chat, babe, and says, I'm going to move to dismiss this case because this attorney and all of her personalities are clearly under the influence of crack cocaine. She don't blame it on the Coca-Cola.
Unclean
I
hands
don't even think that's this.
doctrine.
I
Exactly.
think this is too much time on your hands and wanting to fit in, being the last one to be picked for the dodgeball team the entire time, and you still have resentment towards those kids in school.
They have the unclean hands doctrine.
Bitch, I didn't run either. I was never picked. I had a fucking mean right hook, but I wasn't going to run and stand there and watch people throw balls at my head. Nah. I put myself out. Hit me first so I can go sit down. Thanks.
They have,
I knew how to
listen,
work that shit.
here's another rule. I was looking it up. Here's another rule.
Oh my God. This is so fucking
The
right?
what was it?
I do my little dance on the catwalk. When they said that about the marching band, Julie probably thought she was going to fit in for once. That's probably why she's really salty at SF, if you think about it. She wanted to be the fucking twirler. What are they called? The girls that twirl, the little pom-pom things. She probably thought she was going to be able to usher the marching band, and she's probably really pissed that it wasn't a serious thing. She probably found her life goal out there in her cheerleading outfit with her little baton twirling, leading the marching band to the court. I made it. Look at me. I made it. This is the stuff we don't say out loud.
It was called.
There you go.
Oh, the Brandenburg test. Incitement is proven in court by applying a legal test such as the Brandenburg test, Brandenburg,
Oh my gosh. Thanks for that.
which requires prosecutors to show that the speech
He really needs new glasses.
was both directed at inciting or producing
Color guard, yeah.
imminent lawless action and was likely to produce
I fucking hate you
And-
guys.
and did produce such actions. It means, and the Brandenburg test,
Y'all, we thought the fucking psychics were bad. That day that we did the 75 psychics, we hadn't seen nothing yet. Nothing. And they were talking to shit. They were talking to objects and saying that they were hearing voices back. Like, we made it through that and got here. Where did we take the wrong turn?
simply advocating for violence, right,
Jody.
is not enough. You have to show the correlation between the
Yeah.
advocating for it
Yes.
and the imminent harm,
Right.
right? Go attack this business. And people,
I mean, I just can't even imagine having the thought come to your mind that I'm at the police station and I took a selfie and you told your police to look at my page. Well, they're going to see me out in front of the police station with a selfie and they're going to say, I'm prettier than you. That sums up all of this. Every bit of this. I hope we get to see her full body. What? Y'all, I'm not asking if people are okay anymore because it's a clear fuck no. No, they're not.
go attack that business. And, nobody gets hurt because they lock themselves inside. But nonetheless, that was the intention, violence against those people, right? You could say direct connection.
Casual arts. Hold on, we'll do it.
The Brandenburg test. But saying things like, I think we should, have,
No,
I
we're
don't wanna
not.
say stuff, like let's say, in colonial times, right?
Oh no.
We'll give a history lesson here for a second.
No, please spare us.
Colonial times, they organized the Minutemen, a militia, right? To fight against the British.
Oh
Right.
Lord. Julie's history lessons always veer south.
Right.
They always go somewhere.
Now, they were
ask
not
for it.
free yet. We didn't have a constitution yet. But
Is
under the
weird.
Constitution, right, you are allowed to do that. You're allowed to form a militia to protect yourself against a government that has gone amok or something like that, right?
Oh Lord, please. Sharns. Yeah. Her and BJ have a lot of similar personality traits. A lot.
That's,
They really seek validations in places that are foreign to me. Like what they get validation and pride out of seems extreme and distant to me.
within your rights to talk about and think, it's not against the law to talk about that, right? We need to have
Lauren.
we need to fight the British, right? Let's say, or
Winnie, you
let's
can
say
have
once we're a country, we're attacked. We need to arm ourselves and go to war against blah blah blah.
just your name in itself. Y'all both crazy. That's all who I am. That's what I feel like right now. The glitch has been real. Constantly listening to Julie. What the fuck's her having a seizure? How many people have viewed this? Laura, let's look. She had 315 likes on this video. 2,092. Almost 2,100 views and 350. There's 315 motherfuckers out here that this made sense to. That scares me.
For attacking our,
That's scary.
the Twin Towers, whatever it is. It's not against the law to talk about violence.
Looking beyond, yes and no. She packages herself and is a little bit better spoken in certain capacities, but they're not far off.
I'm not afraid of
Right.
Cletus. I own Cletus, right? I mean, yeah. So
Right.
I
Knock
think
yourself.
so. The question is, I was having you guys vote. One, if you think
True,
the judge
Lauren.
is, let's say, should we do what you think is going to happen or what you want to happen? I think I know what you guys want to happen. Let's say what you think is going to happen. One will be she actually orders the protective order.
That's right. This is her jury pool. Those likes are the jury pool. That's a scary motherfucking day.
Okay. Brittany wins and Cletus gets a
This is all.
protective order against him, restraining order, whatever.
I know, Coco, same.
Two would be the judge simply dismisses it altogether and no harm, no foul, no admonishment to Brittany, just it's dropped. It's not there's too much evidence to show that there's not enough evidence to show that there is a direct causation between the parties
Direct, you say, huh? Direct. Isn't that ironic?
and what is a perceived threat, not an actual threat. Okay? Having CPS called on you is not a threat. There's actually people who have said that they called CPS, Dark Horse said, because she was actually concerned about you and the kids. That's what she said. That's the way the law works. If people have a real concern, they're allowed to do that.
She probably does. I think half that Reddit thread, the people defending her are her and her 3 fucking personalities, aka her other mods. I really believe that that's you went and liked it, y'all both crazy. Such an ass. Oh, she'll be so excited about that one. She's probably watching these like a hawk. I knew that fucking bitch. See, all these people now, 316 people agree with me in my fucking mock court trial. See, nonsense? You're full of shit. She's probably still got the count of my fucking numbers going down and probably so excited.
That's the way things are.
I should
Right?
ask her.
I was a teacher. I was a mandatory reporter. If I suspected something was going wrong, I had to report it.
A mandatory reporter, not a mandated reporter, but a mandatory reporter. Sure.
And I was a teacher,
Okay.
whether it was actually happening or not. If I believed it to be happening, I didn't have to prove it was happening. I just had to suspect it was happening. I was mandated to
Damn it,
report
no sense.
back then. So
Oh,
one is
fuck, isn't that true? That is so true, Tara. Betty tried to get the ROs on a fucking attorney too. That's true, Amber. That is so true. She'll be like, look, it's backfiring. She is. They are very serious right now.
Brittany wins. Cletus gets an RO against him.
She's in deep fucking thought right now too. Look at this.
2 is the judge just dismisses everything, and Cletus and Clue now have to pay their attorney, but there's no RO against him, and there's no punishment of Brittany. And 3, this is not what you want to happen. This is what you think is going to happen. 3 is there's no RO against Cletus, and that's dismissed. And the judge actually fines Brittany for misusing the system.
Oh, wouldn't that be ironic?
All right. So those are the 3 choices.
Yeah.
1, Brittany wins. 2, everything is just dropped. Although now she's defamed Cletus and he can sue her in civil court for that. Or
and people think I helped BJ. Yo, Julia's been helping her all along before people even realized it. Sorry.
3, now remember, this is not what you want to happen, what you think will happen, what you think the judge will rule, right? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would vote for 3, but do you
the judge fucking puts in her resignation? Good point.
think the judge would actually fine her for misuse of the system?
Right.
Okay. So yeah. All right. Lo says,
yes.
All right. She thinks 2, but wishes it was 3. Right. Right. So because you believe that it is a gross misuse of our legal system in order to accomplish a goal that she has of silencing with the cease and desist Clue and Cletus.
Yeah.
But yeah, you think 3. You think, yeah.
Rosewood, I think you came in a little bit later, but there has been some wild shit said in this so far. Wild shit. This was her mock-up, and the things that could be reversed on her in this, stupid.
Does anybody think Brittany has a possibility of winning, of it being like,
this is changing.
I just want to ask this question, like what what could she do or say that might convince the judge?
Well, would this be attempting to help BJ? Huh. Giving her ideas of what to say to sway the judge?
That her fears of harm to herself and her family or property, whatever,
Yeah.
are real and whatever. Is there anything she has no chance, in your opinion? She will absolutely not win. All her evidence is hearsay. Unless she knows someone. Okay, let me ask
Oh my
somebody.
God.
Yeah, that's a
That's
good
what hurt.
question. I did look into that a little bit, by the way. You know, who has family? I mean, she has said before, you know, her
She was already digging as of October. Who's got family where?
she said something about her ex's family in the sheriff's department or something like that. And she's so like, and I think Craig said something, I don't, but
With all of the name dropping Julie does and all these people that she shouts out and says that they're connected to. Can you imagine if somebody started looking into all of them like she is proudly saying that she was doing?
2, 3s, no ones.
I think we all are casual art. All my exes live in Texas.
Okay.
Close
Oh,
to
now
that.
let me ask you another question. What do you think? Put a 1 if you think Brittany is going to show up in court, or 2 if you think she's going to try to get out of showing up in court in person. Like either she's sick or something like that, or she says it's too dangerous. She tries to convince them it's too dangerous for her to appear in person. It has to be
Well.
a term. So 1 is she's going to show up in court. 2 is she's going to try to not show up in court.
I'm telling you, this shit's wild.
2. Yeah. So a lot of people, her cousin is the mall cop, LOL. That was such a funny movie.
We're going to call it for the night. My brain cells have flatlined too, and we still got an hour and 20 minutes left to go of that. I found this to be very intriguing though, and cringeworthy for sure. The cringe factor definitely exists in this. But yeah, I didn't know that this existed. And at first, when I watched parts of it, I didn't think it really meant much. And then I went back and I was like, wait a minute here. Because this was previous to her starting to file the police reports. But then when you catch that timeline, now we know when a lot of this plan went into place with her. She was very vocal about it. Absolutely vocal about her. And you can see the wheels turning, in my opinion. You can, but they're so much more alike than they are different. The further we look at this stuff, the more I sit and listen to BJ. It feels fucking insane. Yeah, endless blooms. It's crazy. And these are the questions. Can you imagine if she's asked these questions that she was suggesting? Holy shit, she would have a come apart. And if this is what she really thinks happens during an RO hearing, she should be thankful that she's never had to be in need of an actual RO out of fear. She should be really lucky, but that kind of comes with the entitled ass, because most victims don't get to make a mockery or laugh or anything. Those moments are things they'll never forget because they were actual true victims needing protection, and they were at their wits' end trying to get the courts to intervene. Oh yeah, Mercedes girl, she's all in. The last hour and a half is wild too. Yep, absolutely, Rosebud. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, it was a great conversation again tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, and sorry it was late. but I will not be on here tomorrow. I might take some videos from our outings, but I will see you guys again Monday, probably. Oh, maybe not Monday. It might be Tuesday. I got a lot of shit to do Monday, so it might be Tuesday before I see you guys again. But I hope you guys all disconnect, do something fun for yourselves, enjoy some fresh air, because some of these people need to come up for air fast. Stat, I say. Rotara Anka. Nah, not really. Good night, you all. And thanks for a great conversation in chat. Appreciate you all. Panelist on Opinion Channel. Mallory was the biggest fucking e-baker on fucking YouTube. Who's that? Right, said Fred. Which Mal? Our Mal? I'm not following you. Yeah, we still have an hour and a half. It is, JR. It really is. Mercedes girl, it's freaking nuts, isn't it? Restarting order on me? A restart? I mean, I need a good restart. Sorry, I'm trying to look and see. Going to get IV therapy. Hell, you know what? If it helps. Oh, interesting, right, said Fred. Okay. All right, you guys. Good night. Have a good night. And again, do something for you tomorrow. Disconnect from this place. It can be heavy. In these conversations, there is a lot more to these situations than people want to admit. And we know it's just at what point can we connect at all? And what point, yeah, it connects. But for what? Ultimately, it's a waste of our court time and continuing to spit in the faces of victims overall. So, bye. You want to say bye?
Bye.
Kyle says bye.